unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SUK business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. It's SUK Business Landscape. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SUK News TV. Do well to comment. We are going to read your comments out on the program in the position that you are taking concerning all the conversations that we are having and the stories we are looking at. Myself, Swift, and Uluobenga Paul, we are on the show today. We've looked at a couple of stories and we are yet to continue with this specific story that is going to interest you. It's about Lagos and it's about transportation. About 4 employees working under the outfit regulated by the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMETA, have been sentenced to jail for doing what? For violating the agency's strict cashless payment policy on bus rapid transit services. That's the BRT. You know, in BRT buses, you don't pay cash. A Lagos magistrate court found the offenders guilty of demanding and collecting cash from unsuspecting passengers and diverting the funds for personal use. The convicts, Ejikeme Nkedima, Ajayi Oluwafemi, Sakiru Ajani, and one unnamed, were handed various jail terms. LAMETA, in a statement signed by its head of corporate communications, Kolawole Ojelabi, said the convictions underscored its zero-tolerance stance on corruption, adding that more enforcement measures will follow to preserve the integrity of the state's mass transit system. What does this imply? Remember, when the BRT vehicles came out at the first time, you immediately get to the bus terminal and you wanted to purchase or you wanted to pay for a fare. They're telling you don't have a card, you can't use it. So go get a card. Then you go get a card, you pay for the card, then you load money into the card. You swipe your card when you're entering, and if you need to swipe out when you are debarking or highlighting from the vehicle, then you are going to swipe the same card too. But it's like some people wanted to bypass that process, and we all know the reason why, because this is a government enterprise. The government is trying to, not only bring in the digital system to build a system of transportation on, enterprise that is being handled or owned by the government. And when it involved using that system, it actually cut out a whole lot of malpractices.
Yes.
Like money, giving cash to Agbero, or where they are the government, they are not subjected to those boys to be paying money to them. So the BRT, and they have their own lane, and they want to remove corruption in the sense that if the drivers are going to be collecting cash, there is a tendency that they might not be remitting all of the monies that they might be making for that day. So Swift.
All right, so right from time we have seen, this is not the first time the BRT system is coming in. We have seen the previous BRT systems fail because of the fact that cash is being given. About 6 months or some months ago, I stand to be corrected, there was a video circulating on a train where somebody was collecting cash from passengers, and one of the passengers took his time to video the guy, and the guy said, the reason why I'm videoing him is so that this system does not fail. Because when you are collecting cash that is meant to go into the coffers of government so that they can use it to repair, rehabilitate, and maintain, exactly, at the end of the day, we are the ones who suffer. Now, to a large extent, it's hard for you to enter a BRT that is dirty. Many times when you are at the bus park, even when they are just coming from a trip, there's a cleaner walking in to clean the BRT before you go in. There's somebody there standing by the door so that when you put in your card, it works. Because I take the BRT sometimes from Oshodi to TBS here. It's very comfortable, it's clean, it's easy and all that. Now, once they start to collect cash, what will happen is, this money is for maintenance, paying of salary, this transparency that the system goes through, they will start to sabotage the government. And so once the BRTs are not getting repaired, there's no refurbishment, there's no maintenance, then the system is going to go down. All over the world, people are going cashless, from train stations, from Ghana to Republic of Benin to Ivory Coast. People are not paying for a lot of transportation. It's just that in Nigeria, because of emotions, if the government decides to BRTize all the public transportation, people will say they have removed food from people's mouths. Because I remember there was a time in Ibadan when the state government was saying they wanted to take over transportation. You saw the revolts, the riots, the pleads, and they had to say, okay, let's give you, which is happening in Lagos. So they have appealed that, okay, give us some. So there are some routes that BRT majorly plies. There are some routes that the public sector car owners ply. So right now, these people need to be jailed. It is a deterrent for other people that are there. Because if you look at the BRT providers, one, the people who actually take your card to make payments, they are individuals. Most of them do not work for the BRT system. So there's an ATM system where you register and you sell, credit and all that. At the BRT entrance, there's a place where you can check. So it's a self-service. You can even check if your balance is low. If it's not low, then you can go straight in. If it's low, then you now go back and buy. So if people are now collecting cash, it means when I'm walking in, I don't need to stop again to check if my balance is low. It means at the door I can pay. And that means that somebody can decide to take a BRT bus and leave the park and claim that they are going for repairs or something and go to the middle of the road and start picking John, Jude, Paul, and all that. So for government to move forward, good one. Putting them in jail, the next good one. In fact, we should see more of that. Okay. In fact, we should even see rude BRT attendants or people who park the bus and make people wait on the queue to also be arrested or do public service where they clean the road or something, so that at least people learn. All right.
So Oluwagbemga, welcome back. Now, if you heard me when I read this story, it's about Lagos State, about 4 officers or officials of Lamata who flouted the cashless policy of the bus rapid transit system, the BRT system, by collecting cash from commuters. Yes.
Can I be a devil's advocate? You see,
please go.
I've heard all that Swift has said. It's just looking at it from one angle. The other angle is, so for a regular user of BRT, they have their card. They know that their route takes them through BRT all the time, and they have their cards with them all the time. But for someone like me who is an irregular user of BRT, when I don't go out with my car, or maybe my route most of the time doesn't have BRT. And so once in a while, when I go through routes that use BRT, and I did not take my card, that's my Cowry-wise or something card with me, there is this, I have an option of buying a new card or just paying some people who have preloaded their own cards to help passengers like me who do not have their card on them at that time to be able to, because they are still going to, when they collect the cash from me, they are going to tap in their card on my behalf to let me in. So either you like it or not, I don't know whether that is the peculiar case because they didn't explain in detail, they can say flouting the law, but they did not explain in detail.
They collected money, they collected cash.
Yes, I know they collected cash. Why? What is the situation, scenario that led them to collecting cash? Because let me tell you, those who collect cash from me when I forget my Cowry card, or because I don't use BRT all the time. So there is tendency that I would likely forget my Cowry card. And there are people like me whose route does not pass through BRT, but once in a while like that, maybe they see the BRT as an option and they want to use. They can be. I bought the Cowry card maybe twice or three times. I lost maybe like two. The other one that I still have with me, I hardly carry it with me everywhere I go. So when I go to places where I will need BRT, I'll rather pay those guys so that they tap in their card for me. And if you look at it from that angle, they are also helping the BRT people, the Lamata, to solve a problem. You see, law is not set in stone. And if you don't allow people to use their initiative even within the boundaries of the law, at the end of the day, you are going to create a situation whereby, okay, if I need to be buying BRT card every time, I would rather go and take the normal public transport, call it dirty, call it whatever you like. We are used to it, we are negotiating. That's what we've been using before BRT came. And sometimes, before when BRT came early, that's when you can say safely that the road will be free for BRT. But we've seen several instances that even the other main road users are faster than the BRT road users once in a while. So all those big English, we are not moved by it. But if there are people who are helping, because you see, some of these law, if they are not explained in full, people they bought the Cowry card, they loaded it with money. So that money is still going back to Lamata. What they are doing is using their initiatives to help passengers not to be stranded because they misplaced or forgot to bring out their Cowry card. And so if you are looking at it from that angle, I think that each case of collecting money should be treated on a case-by-case basis so that we don't let our workers who are using their initiatives to get the work done or moving to blame themselves for doing the right thing.
All right. Thank you very much.
So
wait, just a moment. There's something. If you are a passenger, because sometimes I used to see some passengers, they tap in and they had to give out their card again to some other person to come tap in. And I've not seen that except if the man who gets the card from the passengers to swipe it for you is, maybe he's going to reset it again or something. Because if you tap in and you want to tap in again, it's like you're tapping out. So most times they don't allow one person to tap for two. And for those who are the drivers, if they see them collecting cash, most of the time the suspicion that the company will have is that that money will never get to the government. It will never get to the till or the treasury of the government, and that will be a diversion, which is what they are trying to avoid, why they came up with that system in the first place. So before I round up on this, Swift, let's...
Yes, I quickly want to say something. You see, every time that something happens in Nigeria, we say, oh, if it had been Canada, if it had been US, they are global standards. Overseas, people take the train station. You do not forget your card.
Okay, Benga as a
no. This is what I'm trying to say. This reality.
That's what you're trying to say.
The train station is right opposite us here. Without your card, you can't get on a train. There's no cash. It's a cashless policy. If we say we want Nigeria to move forward and we want the global standards that happens in Canada, that happens in Ghana, that happens in Republic of Benin, that happens in Croatia, and we want it, then these are the rules. You get your card. Now, another reason why I'm happy they are being jailed is this. The BRT drivers have the initiative of letting certain people, because disabled people don't pay for the BRT. Some certain people, there's a condition you see, the driver can allow them, there's a disabled seat. So there are certain people that come in, they are not even tapped in. Sometimes you can, so there was a time I was on the BRT crew and there was a guy who bought a card, and in the card had money, but when he was putting it on the machine was not picking it. And the first bus had gone, the second bus had gone, and the guy started screaming, I am going to work, it's early in the morning. The supervisor came and said, don't worry, we can see that this card has a fault and all that. And the guy said he just bought it brand new, and they let him in. So they can if you stop at a BRT park and you appeal to the driver that, look, I don't have my card, or I'm a regular customer, or I need to go from A to Z, there's no transport, the BRT driver can let you come and sit in without collecting a dime for you. They are allowed to allow secondary school students, military officials, paramilitary. They are allowed to do all that. So why are you collecting cash? Why are you tapping in? That's what the rules are. I'm not being emotional. The truth is, in Nigeria, we can only move forward if we follow the rules. And the rules says, do not use someone else's card to tap in. The driver or the supervisor can now say, oh, this lady is stranded. Okay, come in. They are free seats. Nobody's going to arrest him for that. But for him to now collect cash and say, well, it's on my own card, you use my card, that's illegal. That's an offense. And it is all right if the law prosecutes whoever say, I'm sorry, we have been emotional, but that's the way. So if we want global standards, then we need to face global standards.
Great. Okay, but there's something I need to point out here. Whilst Lamata is taking the initiative to address issues like this, one of the things, or other things they need to consider is this. We have seen instances where we've seen the BRT vehicle got bad on the road, and not once, not twice, not 3 times, and we see them parked by the roadside, and the passengers got down from the vehicle, and they were waiting endlessly for another BRT vehicle to come pick them up, and that they definitely were stranded. They got late to work, or they got late to their homes when they were going back home after work, and that's not good. That said something that maintenance is key. And if we are going to live up to that responsibility of maintaining and sustaining this initiative of the BRT system in Lagos, which has become a model for other states to copy, then we need to live up to that expectation. In other words, Lamata needs to fix a lot of the BRT vehicles and maintain them so that they are in the right standard for the work they are doing. Secondly, most of the franchises that are coming to use the BRT, their vehicles need to be well monitored. They need to look at the vehicle, and they need to carry out a reassessment of their vehicles, because most of their vehicles are not good. They are bad. Some people have called them names like modern Malawai. And I don't think the Lagos state government that as the initiator of the BRT would like that kind of compliment coming from Lagosians. The thing about Lagosians is that their standards are very high. Their expectation from the government is very, very high, and that is why Lagos is the center of excellence. And we know that excellent disposition has been coming from the Lagos state government, but these areas need to be taken care of, most especially as concerned our conversation this morning with the BRT system. We need servicing and maintenance of those vehicles, and we need the government to monitor the franchises of those who are coming to use the BRT. They come in their vehicles, and you give them the franchise to operate. And the attitude of the drivers and the park boys too, they need to be curtailed, to be more civil and defer to the people that use the bus system. I think that we will be operating and providing a service at another level different from what's obtainable. Now let's go to our next story. Now, despite increased refining capacity from local plants like the Dangote refinery, Nigeria still relied on imports for 69% of its petrol consumption between August 2024 and early October 2025. Fresh data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority revealed that out of 21.6 billion liters of petrol supplied during the 15-month period, 15.01 billion liters came from foreign sources. Local refineries, including Dangote's facility, which began petrol production in September 2024, accounted for only 6.67 billion liters, or 31% of total supply. The figures suggest that while domestic refining has started contributing to the fuel pool, it is yet to significantly ease Nigeria's dependence on imports. The data reflects a gradual shift in supply trends, with local production increasing monthly. However, analysts said that sustained investments, regulatory clarity, and consistent outputs are needed before Nigeria can reverse decades of import dependence for refined petroleum products. Swift.
Yeah.
Are you surprised at this?
Well, it actually hits me because I was thinking that if Dangote is exporting for fuel, why are we importing 69%? But some days ago, I was coming down from Oshodi. There's this particular very big fuel station, I don't want to name names, at Yanoworo, and then we stopped, and then I noticed that they were selling fuel at 960 something naira.
Yeah, it's something I saw one 7 days ago, 970. I was like, okay.
And so we started, all of us in the bus, and I said, is it 900 I'm seeing or 800? And the driver says, yes, so that I know that if I notice from Oshodi coming down, there's no other fuel station. So those particular, it's a very big one. The guy knows. And then, you know, somebody was there, and somebody in the bus said he works for them, that they import their fuel. They are not one of the fuel stations that are, you know, with Dangote and all that. But although they are trying to apply, that it takes time, and so they were trying to defend it. And as they were trying to defend it, we all told them, I was like, this is nonsense. That's because if once there's a hike again, you will claim. But it was the same you people importers when Dangote refinery started coming. Were claiming that you were seeing fuel that you were going to import was going to go as low as 600 naira. Why are you now selling at 900 and something? So the argument, you know, we're going back and forth in the bus. Most people were, you know, against. A couple of people who were supporters, most of them worked either for the company or were trying to work with the company. Now, it boils down to the fact that in Nigeria, people take advantage. That's what I feel. And I'm in shock because when I saw the statistics, if not that it is coming from a reliable source to a large extent, I was in shock. To me, as far as I was concerned, Dangote was already covering, as far as I was concerned, 80% of what...
That's what you thought?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
They're just doing, Dangote and other local suppliers are just doing 6.31 million liters. So my illiteracy,
about 31%. My illiteracy came out in another level because I was actually in shock, and you know, now this also boils down to the fact that it's one of the reasons why our dollar to naira is not, you know, because
the pressure.
Yes, because we expected that with the Dangote refinery on board, if we are no more paying for petroleum products. Imagine, so you are now looking at 60%. That means there's still a lot of foreign exchange going out there. And so it's just, will I say scary that we that own the gold, we are still, the United States is taking fuel from Dangote and petroleum products. And we that are in Nigeria are still importing.
Is it possible for us to say that this Dangote and the other local refiners and suppliers are no more export-driven than, you know, retaining their products to local supplies?
I would say they are more export-driven. You can remember when
because they will earn more if they do that. They will earn in hard currencies and in dollars.
But remember when Dangote refinery started, it was this same our brothers in Upeng who came out to say they would not be taking fuel from him. Some of the Association of Petroleum Owners said they would rather import. That importing, if they do their markup, they are looking at 600, 700 naira per liter, which is cheaper than whatever Dangote is going to bring out. But now, Dangote is out, he's selling at 80 something. He's insisting that you should not sell less than 800, 800. And people are now, that are importing, are now saying they are importing, by the time they do their markup, it's 900 and something naira. So it's not adding up anymore. So it's a very sad situation.
In fact, I think it sometimes might defeat the what I call, you know, local investors who tend to go into the market within the local space will look at it very well, and their intention and the purpose of going in. Yes, national critical asset, but where does the gain come from, and what's the motive of the businessman? Is profit, and he wants to take a look at where is that profit going to come from the source where he can really maximize the profit.
Well, BAU is building a refinery, so we hope that at least if, you know, Dangote is doing 40 now or 30, by the time Bua Group comes on board, if they are doing another 40, that's 70 or so.
Dangote looks to increase its capacity to about 700. That will be December, and is looking at subsequently moving it to 1.4. Well, let's go to our next story. In our next story, Dangote still reflects on this story. It says Aliko Dangote has announced plans to list between 5 and 10% of the Dangote refinery on the Nigerian exchange within the next 12 months. The move aimed at attracting new investors and boosting the company's capital base marks a major shift in the refinery's corporate strategy. In an interview with S&P Global, Dangote said the listing aligns with the efforts to improve transparency and corporate governance following the successful public listing of Dangote Cement and Sugar. He noted rather that the listing would be incremental and dependent on market appetite. Quote, "We don't want to keep more than 65 to 70%, end quote. Dangote explained, indicating that a sizable chunk of the refinery's equity will gradually open to both retail and institutional investors. The plan is expected to boost investor confidence and further integrate the multi-billion-dollar refinery into the capital market." Swift, I know you like this story, so I'm not going to even start asking you. If you have put money aside so that by the time the news comes out that Dangote is now selling, you first of all be able to get to your phone and through your app purchase some of those shares.
You know that I'm someone I'm very realistic, and I'm so realistic that I know that for the first 1 year that Dangote lists, the people that are going to buy are going to be the big players. You're looking at people that are going to be doing...
You say both retail and institutional investors.
See, I'm very realistic. We are looking at people that are going to be doing 50 million and above. That's what I see. Because there was a time that some people in the diaspora, there was a meeting of some people, and they raised the issue that they want to be part of the investment in equities, and they used Dangote, they mentioned Dangote. And so... people in the stock market have been talking about some foreign companies too who have been, agitating for this. Okay. Because if you look at the refineries, the same way that comes with refineries all over the world, if you look at the refinery, it's something that is sustainable. The infrastructure is there. It's not going anywhere. The output is there. The maintenance is there. And the man behind the brand is not somebody that does things and it collapses. It's somebody that his sustainability for projects goes a long way. And so, a lot of foreign investors, I'm seeing people from China, I'm seeing from Russia, I'm seeing a lot of Dubai, I'm seeing a lot of foreign. So the
banks in Nigeria.
I'm telling you that the first 1 year, I'm just being myself. The first 1 year, you can imagine if somebody, a Dubai prince, decides to put in $200 billion. What is the bank?
It's just looking at between 5 and 10%. That's what he wants to give out.
We know. That's what I'm saying. Because it's just 5 to 10%, is the highest bidders going to come first? Then it's after the highest bidders have taken over the market. Then it now starts to trickle down. You even look at some stockbrokers who buy the stock in bulk and now start to, give out at some certain prices to other people. But it's a good thing. First of all, it also encourages other private brands to go out there and build more infrastructure. It opens the space.
Not only building infrastructure, to actually, in their bid to get equity, they open up the space and, give a side of it to the public that even if it's the Dangote is doing 5-10%, they can do 10-15%. That local, you can come in and hold it. Because Dangote is actually saying that they only want to own between 60 and 70%.
God no go first. And so you are looking at, imagine a Bua group, let's say there's a video that circulates of how far their refinery has gone, saying we are already 80% capacity to go. We are looking at the next 6 months or next 1 year, but we want to open out for investors. And let's say Dangote has already been on the market for three months. You would see the kind of people that are ready to put in money, because like I said, people are coming to realize that infrastructure is the next gold. What is solid on ground, what is not going anywhere is the next gold. You're looking at gas production, you're looking at petroleum production, you're looking at importation and all that is more solid. If the gold market can drop, infrastructure is the next big thing. And so it's a good thing. But where my fear is, it's like we said, we hope the capital markets, we hope they let it trickle down to you and I. Okay, so that people like you and I can still buy shares.
Talking about the capital market, I think it's going to boost investor confidence on the operation of the Nigerian capital market for a multinational like the Dangote, coming in, and it's also going to align itself with the refineries global corporate largest industrial project. It deepens market capitalization and strengthens the Nigerian exchange position as a hub for large-scale industry listing.
Basically, sorry, before you run off, but some people are afraid that they may be insider trading. Some people are raising an eyebrow.
Okay, let me bring back the markets first before you say something about insider trading. Let me bring back the markets
people are afraid, yes.
Because our next story talks about Market Watch. And if you want to say something about insider trading, maybe it would be good in this part.
Okay.
The Nigerian exchange maintained its bullish run on Wednesday, with investors raking in 1.45 trillion naira in gains and pushing the market capitalization to a record 97.6 trillion naira. The surge was powered by renewed buying interest in heavyweight stocks like Dangote Cement, NASCON, and Transcorp Hotels. Other notable gainers include Skyway Aviation Handling Company and UPDC Real Estate Investment Trust, which contributed to the market's strong performance. The rally signals increased investor confidence and amid broader macroeconomic reforms and attractive corporate fundamentals. Trading volume rose by 7% to 589.4 million shares, with turnover up to 17% at 23.97 billion naira across 28,456 deals. A 4% increase from the previous day. Analysts believe that the momentum may continue in the near term as more investors reposition ahead of the fourth quarter earnings season.
Yes.
As far as this year is concerned, I think the Nigerian market didn't do badly.
No,
I know I might be quick to be making that statement because we're in the fourth quarter and this is October is coming to the Nigerian market. Those who invested in the Nigerian market waiting a lot. We are now looking at about 1.47 trillion naira in the not too long recent quarter, in the third and the second quarter.
Yes.
So
if you look at this now, the stock market changed because of a blue chip. The blue chip are referring to companies like Dangote. They are referring to Transcorp Hotels because that one was also put on the market. And a lot of people are going into hospitality. We are looking at Dirty December coming. We know that people want to take holidays. People take loans from Europe, America. They max out their credit card just to come home and feel the goodness of Nigeria and the sun and eat amala and eat eba and eat starch and banga and eat correct fish that is picked from the river. Because these are the things you don't see when you are in Europe and speak the language and talk to everybody and hug their mothers and their aunties and their distant cousins and bring clothes that people can wear and greet them, brother, wakoyo, and all that. So we see the hotels are going to do very well. We see Dangote Group doing very well because of cement and other things. But as much as this is beautiful, the federal government needs to put an eye on this because people are also complaining that Dangote is doing so well, the turnover is fantastic, hotels are doing so well. What is the economic benefit for the poor man on the street? Are these people giving out enough CSR projects? Are they giving to government? We want to see private kitchens, soup kitchens, where I can leave my office and know that, oh, this soup kitchen is sponsored by Dangote, and every afternoon I have lunch because his turnover. It will
never get to your turn because the cloud that will flood that place.
Oh my God! Let me tell you something. Imagine if 6 banks on this road are doing a soup kitchen, different soup kitchens. Dangote is doing a soup kitchen. The state government is doing a soup kitchen to get to our turn. That's what they do in Europe. That's what they do in America. It's not just one person. But the problem in Nigeria is only one person. And so the person is now overwhelmed. That's what I'm saying. We need to get to the point where the profit you are making by the people. I know Dangote does CSR initiative programs because I was part of one of them where they were giving out life jackets, which was a good initiative to people. So you don't need to now buy. You can just get free jackets where you're boarding the ships and all that. And they concentrated on children because they realized that a lot of parents who have children will just wear their own and hold their children. So they concentrated on children. But we need more. You are making so much profits, especially the manufacturing, the oil and gas sectors that are making more profits. Government needs to be very intentional. banks, they need to be very intentional. They need to tell these people 1%, 2%, we want to see CSR projects. We want to see the things that directly affect. I want to walk into a park and know that every Friday, so bank pays for transportation of everybody. It is critical. It is key. But for the market is doing well. There's good investor confidence. We are seeing a lot of people from outside want to come and invest. What's the name of this man that you admire so much that owns a private airport or manages the private airport in UK? It's talking about Olu. His name just slipped out of my mind. Yeah. He's talking about coming to invest in Nigeria with his company, which is multinational. We are looking at a lot of conglomerates coming. We are looking at people from Europe, Brazil, Dubai. But what Nigerians are asking for is, are there laws? Let these people, we want to see you and I, the common man. I want to see banks pay for university education. I want to see the stock market reflect, because somebody was talking to me about a friend of his that made about 20 million turnover from the stock market this quarter. And because he invested, I don't know how much he invested, but to get 20 million, you can imagine how much he invested. So a lot of people are making money. Oversee their rules. Once you make that kind of money, a 1%, a 2%, must go into CSR projects so that the common man on the streets can benefit, you know, from health, milk, and all that. So this is critical for the government. I am excited about the stock market, and I know it can only get better because of infrastructure we are building and the fact that this government is making a conscious effort to remove its reliance on oil. By next year, I'm hoping that our budgets would, the dependency on oil for the budget would even reduce to 20%. That's what we are hoping for. Great. Because of all the manufacturing and taxation and everything that is coming up. So it's a good one for the government.
Thank you so much, Swift. Now, enough of domestic and local stories. Our time is up, but we'll have to quickly take a look at this story before we leave the stage for you. Indian refiners are set to significantly reduce their intake of Russian crude following new U.S. sanctions targeting two of Russia's top oil producers. Sources revealed on Thursday that the sanctions aimed at choking off Moscow's oil revenue used to fund its war in Ukraine and have forced Indian buyers to reassess their exposure despite having benefited from steep discounts since Russia's 2022 invasion. So Swift, this is it. And we can't wait to see this war come to an end. We can't wait to see this war come to an end.
Do we really want to see the war come to an end?
We can see the President of the United States living up to his responsibility and the plans that he said he was going to bring the war to an end. So he's using both the stick and the carrot approach. So whilst he's negotiating with Vladimir Putin, he's telling them, and also negotiating with some of his own boys and his own, what I call them, BRICS caucus. Is also telling them, okay, whilst we're having a conversation, is using another stick, you know, to call them to on that. So in rounding up, about this story.
So first of all, Africa is the one going to smile most from this news, because once Russia is out of the place, Saudi Arabia is already overwhelmed because of the reliance on the demand from them already. The next market, which is an open market, is Africa. And it's a fact that they tell us that what we have in Africa when it comes to oil, we are not even tapping 20% of it. So imagine if there's more infrastructure for us to tap. We have demands from India, we have demands from other countries that were reliant on Russia. And the good thing is, even when the war is over, once you have started supplying somebody, it's going to take Russia another 6 to 8 months to be able to cajole these people to come back. Now, there's also been a political play. One of India's major resource is gold. The gold market has gone down drastically. And so automatically they know that their bargaining chip is they need to become, you know, more friendly to US. Because even when Donald Trump first gave that rule, we saw the Indian Prime Minister fly to Russia, and, you know, it was with Putin. And so people were afraid that India was going to flout the US law about them getting their major crude supplies from Russia. And people were like, India is going to, you know, say no to US. But some of the things India depends on is gold. They also depend on medical, not tourism, a lot, because a lot of people go to India for medical tourism. And most of these people that are going to India, at least I think 30% is coming from the US. So the US government has also said, look, they are bringing rules to stop that. So India knows that what US is going to do in this war if they are not careful is their economy is going to go down. So it's a good one for Nigeria. It's opening new markets, opening new opportunities for us, and we hope that this continues.
Oh, great. And this is the right place for us to draw the curtain on the program. It's been nice having this conversation with Oluwagbenga Paul. Thank you so much. You couldn't continue. You had to step off. And we're glad for the contributions, the major contributions you made during the program. Thank you so much, Benga. And for you watching, thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, Asuk News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Good morning to you once again.
Like I always say, do not ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. My name is Swift Aderito. Have a beautiful day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk business landscape.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever never assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his oldest were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souk Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world. in terms of these things. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Across Borders, your development-focused program spotlighting migration stories, cross-border issues, and human mobility across Africa and beyond. Today we take a journey back in time, long before visas, passport, or colonial boundaries, to explore migration in Africa, from trade routes to colonization and displacement, from bustling trans-Saharan caravans and Indian Ocean traders, to the waves of slavery and colonial labor migration. Africa's story has always been one of movement, of people seeking opportunity, safety, and survival. But those movements are also shaped by continent culture, identity, and the political borders we know today. According to the Africa Center for Strategic Studies, more than 15 million Africans now live in another African country, a 25% increase since 2025, while the number of forcibly displaced persons in West and Central Africa has risen to nearly 12.7 million, up almost 50% since 2020. These figures remind us that movement is both a legacy of history and a reflection of the present. My name is Grace Komolafe, and to help us explore this rich history, we will be joined by Oluwaseun Igbaboyemi, a lecturer at the Department of History and Diplomatic Studies, Olabisi, Onabanjo University, Agoiwe, Ogun State. He's also an analyst whose work spans economic history and international relations. But before he's going to join us, let's take a short break. When we return, the conversation will begin. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Across Borders, where we talk migration, everything related, and how it impacts you and me. Like I mentioned before we take that break, our guest today is Oluwaseun Shoile, a lecturer and historian at Olabisi Onabanjo University. It's always a pleasure having you join us.
Pleasure is mine.
Good morning.
Good morning, Nigerian.
Yes, so we just go into the today's topic. You are an historian, and I want us to look at that historical complex, migration itself. If we look at it, people see migration as something of today because you need to look for visas to travel, borders, and all of that. But if you ask me, it's historical. It's been there from ages. Could you please take us through the journey, how migration started and all of that?
Well, migration is as old as human beings, because don't forget that the development of man started from when man became a hunter-gatherer, moving around, sourcing for his livelihood, picking in fruits and all of that. So migration is as old as humanity. And you see, the reason for that is because man must move to survive. The survival of mankind has always been predicated on movement from one place to the other, looking for sources of livelihood, food, and other, shelter and all of that. So it is not a modern thing that we have people moving from one place to another. It is also important to let you know that migration can be forced and it can be voluntary. It could be permanent and it could be temporary. In all, it is a feature of every living thing to move from one place to another. And the history of mankind, and particularly in Africa, has shown that it is movements that have made cultures to survive. It is moving from one place to another that have made societies to be formed. If I take you back memory lane, you will discover that man started from a particular spot, and that is Africa. The oldest evidence of existence of man was discovered in Africa. Now, today, we have people living everywhere around the world, every continent of the world. That will have been made possible by dispersal, which is facilitated by movement from one spot to another. So the importance of mobility, migration, to the survival of culture and to the progress of humanity cannot be overemphasized.
Thank you very much. I think I love that. So basically, you're going to agree with me that while we know that migration is started as old as human, the existence of human, trade was a major thing that also influenced migration. So I actually want to ask you, what were some of those earliest trade routes, that connected empires and communities across Africa? For instance, I'm going to say, Trans-Saharan trade route linked West Africa to North Africa as early as 8th century, with caravans carrying gold, salt, and textile across thousands of kilometers. So what made those routes so significant? That's the question.
Well, trade route had always been a major avenue for the movement of people across Africa. And this is because, you see, every geography has its own deposits. Every geography, every part of Africa has its own, things that it is known for, all right? And since all the geographies of Africa have not been blessed evenly, there was a need for them to interact and trade, get those things that, for example, in West Africa, there was abundance of gold and gold dust, in West Africa, which was very much needed in North Africa. But North Africa has salt because of the closeness to Mediterranean Sea, and also horses, and all of these Arab merchandise. And also, this facilitated movement and exchanges across African continents. But the conduits for this exchange was primarily through the Trans-Saharan desert, where the Berbers, the Tuaregs, explored to get to West Africa, and of course, the West African merchants also took in getting to North Africa. So we have, certain geographical regions that facilitated this movement. Desert, like I said, is one. And of course, we also have in the eastern part of the continent, we have, the East Coast, which was a major convergence point for, Africans and the Arabs, Chinese, and all of those people converging there doing business. And that has left very big impacts on the transformation of Africa over time.
Thank you. So you would agree with me that trade wasn't just about good, in a way it has actually shaped relationships and languages. So I want to ask, so History also noted that along trade corridors, more than 30 African languages evolved through contact and exchanges. So I want to ask you, how did commerce influence culture, intermarriage, and social ties among empires like Mali, Songhai, Great Zimbabwe, and Benin? Could you please share with us?
Well, you see, trade brings people together. And when people of different cultures come, there is always a fusion of cultures. They exchange, they borrow, you know, they have large influence on each other. On how trade has influenced culture, let us start with religion. The diffusion of Islam or Islamic religion from the Middle East and North Africa down to sub-Saharan Africa has been largely shaped and facilitated by trade. You see, the Berbers and Tuaregs and other North African tribes that came to West Africa, you know, did not leave behind their religion. And when they came, they wanted an atmosphere, even though they have come primarily for economic reasons, which is trade, they also wanted to express their religious heritage. And by so doing, they began to spread these things among their hosts, the West Africans. And that was how, you know, Islam diffused into. Now, we also have intermarriages, you know, where those people came and married the local people, and that led to the emergence of, you know, hybrid, people, you know, Creoles in quote, you know, the Fulani or the Boros that we have in Nigeria and other part of West Africa is a product of this thing. Even Swahili itself is a culture that grew out of, you know, that merger of cultures. It's a merger of culture of Africans, of the Persians, Arab, and the Chinese. That is what Swahili is all about. So all of these things that we are talking about, you see, culture is one fundamental element of the African life that has been largely impacted by trade.
I agree with you completely, and thank you for that position. So, you know, some scholars actually describe pre-colonial Africa as a space of free movement. You understand? So before modern borders, people moved across regions for trade, marriages, just like we've mentioned, you know, or for survival, and identity was more fluid at that time. So how did that openness shape communities and the spread of ideas, you know?
You see, one thing that colonialism has done to African society is that it has limited the rate at which the interaction and ideas diffuse. Now, in the pre-colonial days, what we had was small kingdoms and empires and chiefdoms all scattered around the continent, but all of them see themselves, they saw themselves as neighbors and partners, all right? Because they needed to trade, they needed those things that you have in your locality where you grow, and that we don't have. We also have certain things that you don't have, so there was a need for us to come together. So people moved around, and movement was guided by certain engagements. In fact, when you see a stranger, what you do is to welcome them very warmly. You see strangers as addition to your culture, addition to your society. Rather than being in competition, there was that receptiveness. People received themselves very well, and they saw themselves as a feature of common humanity. But all of those things was badly affected, by colonialism, where we now have structured states, structured societies, where people saw themselves as Nigerians and saw Ghanaians as competitors. And that is what facilitated that thing that we have in South Africa, where South Africans will go after their brothers, kill them, and we call that xenophobia. That was not something that was original to African culture, and it was because of the fluid nature of society, borders, and all of those things that happened in the pre-colonial days.
So you were saying, in essence, that colonial era, that period was actually a turning point in a period that actually changed a whole lot of things. Absolutely. So good. I'm going to ask now. So by the early 20th century, over 90% of Africa had been partitioned by European power, imposing new borders and migration controls. How did this shift alter mobility and belonging for African societies?
Well, the colonial boundaries, like I said, was a major impediments to the flow, the way Africans flow within the continents. Of course, like I said, since we now have a toga of nationality, and I mean Nigerian, you are a South African, you are a Zimbabwean, you are a Kenyan, and all of those things, it brought divisions amongst the people. So rather than seeing themselves as members of the common humanity, we begin to have competitive spirits, you know, following on national loyalty and all of those things. And that has badly affected the way Africa has grown. And it is for this reason that it has become so difficult to have intra-African trade among these, you know, among these countries. So how does it sound? What logic does it make that a South African will see a Zimbabwean as a stranger in South Africa, within the African continent? So what happens if Africa now gets to foreign land, other continents? So, you know, the colonial boundaries have been a problem rather than blessing for Nigeria in terms of migration.
So we kept talking about decolonization. You know, it was a period that actually came that happened. So would you say there was a traditional pattern for African migration at some point, even before they came? What was this pattern, and how did it change?
Yeah, the pattern that we had in the pre-colonial days was that, you know, we had trade routes. All right, one of it is the one I've mentioned, the one that connected North Africa to West Africa. We also have other trade routes that connected African societies to the coast, particularly in the eastern part of Africa. There was also one in the southern part of Africa, which also drew people from the hinterland to those coasts in the southern part of Africa. I mean, Cape Coast and all of those places. You know, so the pattern that we have seen is that in the pre-colonial days, more, you know, migration was more temporary and voluntary than in the colonial days, where it was more forced and permanent. If you consider the movement in the pre-colonial days with the movement in the colonial days when you talk about the transatlantic slave trade.
So we're actually going there. I think that's just my next question. There is a structure as it is, the way Africans sees themselves, the way they do things, you know. So I actually want to ask, you know, the transatlantic slave trade forcibly moved millions from West and Central Africa between the 16th and 19th century. How did that level of displacement transform African societies and family structure? Is that what we see today, that transformation? Is that what we continue to see today in Africa?
Well, the transatlantic slave trade was a major displacement and an exodus of Africans from their homeland to other parts of the world, you know, the West Indies, for the purpose of working on plantations and, of course, to bolster the economic conditions of the Europeans. And that had adverse effect on African societies. For example, those people who are aged and children were never transported. Old people were never transported. The implication of the transatlantic slave trade was that able-bodied men were the ones that were transported from Africa. And of course, that depleted the labor force on the African continent. And of course, without the labor force, how will you expect development? So one of the major economic impacts of the transatlantic slave trade was that the people that ought to have sat back and worked out the development of Africa were transported to other parts of the world to use their labor, I mean, to bring about economic development of Europe.
Of other countries.
You know, so, and that is the problem that we're having. These guys didn't also go there to, you know, bolster their economic conditions. They also gave birth there, and their children also worked, you know. So, and it was on the basis of that many people are clamoring for, you know, reparation. You know, that's, I mean, we developed you. We made you what you are. Yeah. So you are supposed to pay us reparation for that. You know, on the lighter note, I would say that it is the benefit that brought to Europe conversely brought negativity to Africa, and we're still dealing with that.
And we're still dealing with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. So for those that were moved, you know, and I would say they are doing pretty good today. So, but we get to hear people say, oh, I think this is where I came from, because I would say that it was a lot of distortion, you know, and some people could not even trace their lineage again. Do you think there's something that could be done for those that really hunger to return back to their home, you know, reuniting with families? And yes, it's been so many years, but of course, probably there could be traces, there could be something.
You see, when people have been displaced and transplanted, as it were, into other places for centuries, and we're not talking of second, third generation.
Yes,
you know,
we're talking a lot. Yeah.
That's always a problem. But there is always that legacy that, oh, we are from Africa. And that problem is what Pan-Africanism came to solve. That, oh, Pan-African, we are all Africans. Yeah. There is African brotherhood. There is African solidarity, irrespective of where you currently stay. All right? We all have a mother Africa that gave birth to all of us, as it were. And that is the reason why we are always clamoring. If you look at the recent visit of President Tinubu to this organization of Eastern Caribbean states, you saw the way it was received. Because those people, that right in their being, they always feel this belonging. This Africanness is always there. So they saw Nigeria as being the biggest black African country. The president is more or less the homecoming of our father. You know, so it brought that bond, that connection with their roots. And you always find that in these, West Indians, Black Americans, and all of those things. So you see, the thing is, it's still there.
Still there.
It's always going to be there.
So you talked about xenophobia earlier. Is there something that could be done to reunite Africans anywhere in the world, provided you know you are an African descendant? Is there something that could be done?
Definitely, yes. But you see, the problem in South Africa, the good thing is that the xenophobia thing, we look at it as if it's a general South African thing, but the xenophobia thing is largely in the rural areas. Okay. All right? You don't find that in big cities like Cape Town, Johannesburg, and all of those places. Those are metropolitan Africans, and we are also tied to our national goals and aspirations. This thing has to really be downplayed so that there can be an emergence of a Pan-African identity, a Pan-African, ethics that guides what we do as Africans.
Thank you. So, there are policies, guiding movement from one place to another, and some of these have actually moved right from the time of the colonization. We still have to use all of them. And, so I want to ask, as many African countries, today, they still face migration crisis, from refugee flows to irregular migration. Can we link some of these modern issues, to colonial policies or boundaries? Now, how can we link them? Then what do we need to do, to make it right?
Well, my own attempt at answering that will, because you see, what we do is escapist, to always trace our problems to the colonial days. Yes, the colonial period laid the foundation for most of the socio-economic and political problems that we experience today. But we have been independent now for over 60 years, and across Africa countries. And we should have taken our destinies in our own hands and begin to find solutions to some of these problems. But what we have seen is that because it's convenient to always shift the blame elsewhere, we always trace it back to colonial days. Now, back to the talk on migration. The idea of displacement of people from one place to another, refugee problems, are they really colonial problems? I doubt so. Because in the post-colonial period, for example, when you see civil war in Sudan, in Somalia, in Eritrea, Ethiopia, are those colonial machinations? No, you see, it boils down to the fact that we need to look inwards, put our hearts together, and make sure that we do the right thing. All right? So until we're able to do that, we will find, we'll continue to lay blames to the colonial days and all of that.
That's it. We'll say, I take Nigeria, for example. If you don't get instructions from some certain countries, you don't do some certain things. Because even as governments, you are relying on some certain countries to do some certain things. How can we pull out of this mentality? How can we pull out completely, even as leaders, as Nigeria as a whole, as individual, and begin to believe in we doing it all by ourselves, starting all over, taking our head off whatever happened in the past, and, just get it right?
Well, you see, there is neocolonialism and imperialism, which is the newest form of colonization, all right? He who pays the piper dictates the tune. So far, you rely on anyone for your progress, for your development, for your upkeep. I mean, they will continue to tell you things that you do. So what is the problem? I mean, what is the way out of this problem? It is simply to be self-sufficient. We must begin to look for ways to stabilize the African economy. So far, we continue to face economic challenges, all right? The problem of underdevelopment, the problem of, low trade and industrialization.
And we are relying on loans from some ends to do things.
We will continue to do that until we look inward and begin. And one of the ways by which you can get ourselves out of this dependency mentality is to look for a way to industrialize. For as long as Africa continues to be the supplier of raw materials, which will be transported to Europe for manufacturing, for turning it around into finished goods,
and bringing it back to
us as finished goods. Now, let me tell you how there is a fundamental thing that Adam Smith, propounded in his book, Wealth of Nations. Okay. How do nations create wealth? How do nations become wealthy? You see, you don't get rich by producing primary resources. You get rich by turning resources into finished goods. That is industrialization. Now, how much would you get for a bag? How much would you get for a bag of cocoa, for example, which we produce in large mass? They get them for paltry sum, $50, thereabout, and they take this thing there and manufacture, turn it around into chocolates, into beverages, into sweets, and all those things, and they bring them back. Now, the amount they have used in getting a bag of cocoa to Europe will be something like what you get for 2 bars of chocolates. So and this is what we crave for. So it means that we now need to look for other means of getting income, even borrowing, to make sure that we meet up with getting those finished goods. So one of the ways by which we must get out of this is to look at industrializing. And that has always been the problem with Africa, because those controlling this industrialization will not want to give you the technology. Okay. So in most cases, you have to find a way to steal it.
Okay, so again, if you agree with me, I think we are getting there with this recent move by the president. We are no longer going to be exporting shell butter because of that plant in the north, that was just newly put out there. So I think that's a right step, in the right direction. And I think we're going to get there. All right, so it's still across borders, but we want to go on a short break. Oluwaseun Shoile is still here. When we come back, we'll be taking more conversations concerning to this topic. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Africa, movement has always defined life. From the ancient camel caravans that crossed the Sahara to the aircraft that now fill the skies. Migration has always been the heartbeat of connection, resilience, and transformation. The same purpose that once drove traders across deserts now guides planes across continents, linking people, commerce, and dreams. Centuries ago, caravans carried salt, gold, and ideas from the empires of Mali and Songhai to the Swahili coast. These routes were Africa's first highway paths of trade and culture that built civilizations long before modern borders. Traders were more than merchants. They were bridges between worlds. Today's aviation routes are faster, but they follow the same spirit, the desire to connect. Then came colonization, which reshaped Africans' movements. Borders were drawn, people displaced, and millions forced into labor. What migration once united, colonization divided. Yet, today's aviation is helping to reconnect what history once tore apart, linking cities, nations, and families through the skies. After independence, movement took new forms from rural to urban migration, students seeking knowledge abroad to refugees fleeing conflicts. Africa's people still move, not from weakness, but from hope, because mobility is survival. From the caravans to aircrafts, Africans' journey has always been one of motion and meaning. The skies that once watched history now carries new dreams. I am Alice Patrick. You're watching Across Borders. Stay tuned for more insights.
Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, this is Across Borders, and we've been talking about the history of African migration, trade, and all of that put together. So it's been Oluwaseun Shoile here, a lecturer from Olabisi Onabanjo University, of course, from the Department of History. So we're just going to continue this conversation probably for another few minutes before we move. So I want to ask, the African Center reports that irregular migration to Europe dropped from about 282,000 in 2023 to 146,000 in 2024. Yet thousands still risk their lives each year. From a historian view, how do we balance the age-old instinct to move with modern barriers to mobility? What do you think?
Did you say the instinct to travel abroad or migrate, is always going to be there. So far, the economic and social conditions of the African continent is not improved upon. You can't put people in poverty and want them to just sit down there without looking for a way to solve their problems. That is one of the fundamental issues facing Africa today. And that is why you see so many people, risking their lives to get out of the continent into other parts. The purpose is just for economic emancipation, empowerment, and all of those. Now, with the strict, migration rules, that because every country is now tightening their borders and all of those things, that is even making people to become more desperate, and they are taking all sorts of avenues to find themselves in the getting themselves out of the continent. How can you imagine Africans transporting themselves through the the Sahara Desert, through the Sahara Desert to North Africa, Libya, those places, and trying to cross the Mediterranean Sea without any form of official,
paperwork and guidance and all of that,
risking their lives. And you see people taking this risk because you see, until we are able to stabilize the economy and make people live their best, they will always find a way to jump ship.
They will always find a way to jump ship. So you've actually talked about people being desperate.
Yes.
That's very important. But again, I want to say, if you agree with me, I don't know, that we are not doing badly at this point. Probably I'm just going to talk about this current administration. We know a whole lot. When you look at it from the right side, you say, oh, this is going bad. If you look at it from the other angle, you could account for one or two things that are positively happening, in the country. And I would say that people are desperate for various reasons. Your reasons could be genuine, why some are actually not genuine. They just believe, oh, I just want to go out there. Until I get out there, I really cannot make it. How do we begin to reorientate people to make them see the need to, want to travel genuinely, and even when you want to travel genuinely, to ensure that you are following the right path, to look inward, see the better part of Nigeria, and believe that you can even make it while in the country, not necessarily when you have to travel abroad. So what do you think?
Well, sincerely, there are good reasons for people to migrate, to move out of the country. If you are looking for a better educational opportunities, just for you to go and get yourself educated in some of the best universities abroad, very good, valid reasons to go. All right, and what then is the reason? What then are the procedures to follow? All right, those details and procedures are well stated. You apply, you get admitted, go to the embassy, get your visa, and you can move. But there are also other reasons why people move, which to some other persons may be irrelevant or may not be genuine enough. For example, you mentioned economic improvement, particularly with the present administration. But while that is correct on paper, how has all of these things impacted people's lives?
Okay.
Are people really doing well in the face of all of these economic, this thing that we are reeling out? Some people believe that the economic advancement or improvement that we are talking about is on paper. And between me and you, you know that this thing is not, it's not really percolating downwards, to the common man. So if that is not also resolved, it will continue to, ginger the curiosity and the need, desperation of people to jump ship and go out.
And go out there to get whatever it is they believe they can get out there. So there is a need for us to do more. There is a need for individual, if you ask me, not just the government this time around. Yes, we're talking government, but again,
these dividends has,
it's a call on everybody.
It has to come down. It has to percolate down. People must see the improvement on their daily lives. It is in that regard that you are putting in the necessary mechanism to make them take.
I see. All right, so I want to ask, nearly 80% of the forcibly displaced in some regions are women and children. For your perspective, I want to ask, how has gender shaped the migration story over time? Because you get to see, when you see people gather together and you are looking at them, especially those that are having this challenge, you see young girls, you see women. What do you have to say to this?
Well, the problem of migration in Africa, as always, it has a gender balance, has a gender side to it, gender dimension. And the gender dimension has to do with women who are also wishing to better their economic lives, and wanting to travel abroad, because when you see all people of your village and your family members languishing in poverty, there is always that inner prompting to want to better the life of people. And you see, so it makes, that desperation makes people to get themselves into some kind of linkages or connections that takes them to some funny part of the world, the Arab countries, North Africa, Asia, where they become part of the international connection of sex trade and sex workers. And it is in that regard, and of course you can't use old people for such this thing. So it's always young girls and women in their middle ages and all that you find in such a thing. So it has encouraged, sex work, prostitution. In Italy, we have that almost in Egypt, in Cairo, basically, and other Middle Eastern countries. So there is always a gender balance to it, and this has been orchestrated because of human trafficking that has become prevalent throughout Africa.
Wow. So there's a lot of work needs to be done in that area, if you ask me. A lot of work needs to be done. Absolutely. So, okay, I want to say this, many governments now discuss, regional labor mobility, protocols and visa-free travel, so such as Ghana's pledge to open its border to all Africans. Do we get it? So I want to ask, what can modern policy makers learn from historical examples to incorporate or integration? You understand? So we have some other countries trying to push all of this visa-free and all of that. Policy makers, let's talk about Nigeria. What can they learn? How can they make it better?
Well, these leaders, the political leaders, have come to realize that one of the ways to restructure Africa economically is to make sure that people migrate easily from one country to another within region, all right, within the region. And that is why ECOWAS has come up, with this protocol for free movement of persons and goods, across. So it's not a Ghanaian thing. It's not a Nigerian thing. It's an ECOWAS thing. It's an AU thing. That it is laughable that Nigerians will have to take visa to come to Ghana. I mean, within the same region. All right, so we are already breaking that barrier. The reason for that is that it will interest you to know that within African countries, Nigeria is doing more trade with Britain and America more than it's doing with Ghana. So there is low intra-African trade. And if that is the reason, it means that by trading with with America and Britain, we are actually, conducting our capital, money out of the continent. But if I trade with Ghana, the money is still within.
It's within Africa.
And so it fosters production. It fosters economic prosperity. Because again, where you buy from and what you use determine where wealth
goes, yes.
So if we keep buying abroad, if you are buying from overseas.
Yes, you're pushing energy,
what you are doing is that you are fostering production over there. So people there get employed, people there get money, live their lives and all of those things. And this has come to the realization of many African leaders that we can't continue that way. And it is for that reason that they are breaking down gradually these economic barriers that is hindering intra-African trade.
Yeah, I actually wanted you to talk about it more, but it's okay. You've actually mentioned that because I feel it's very important that the African region, come together and strengthen themselves, harness it and ensure they take advantage of every opportunity, that is around. So I'm going to ask again, you having an understanding of Africa's long migration history, could it help us refrain from seeing migration as a crisis, but as a force for development, innovation, and continental unity? Not when we are having challenge, because this place is not okay, we need to move. Do you understand? You can move. Yeah, you mentioned earlier you can go there for good education. Do you go for good education and stay back? Can you come back? Can you go get that good education and come back and put it in here, invest, innovate, and do other things? What do you think?
Yeah, you see, the oldest man in history was an African, all right, Mansa Musa. And how did he get his money? It was because of a policy he did in his time. When he liberalized, he made sure that people move around and traded across the entire empire that he controlled. You see, migration is the major means where we have diffusion of ideas, where prosperity is created, where people get to learn things that they have not learned before. And societies are pushed forward. It is only migration that can bring that out. You can't stay in your local domain and want to experience something that is beyond you. The only way you can experience what is going on around in other places is to migrate to those places. People say that travel is also education.
That's it.
When you travel, you learn from other culture. You see what is superior in your culture, and you see what is archaic, and you inculcate that into... Now, let me tell you, even the development of culture, Yoruba culture, Fulani culture, Idoma culture, and all that, has been helped by migration and interaction. Now, Alubosa is not Yoruba.
Okay.
It's Arabic.
Okay.
Albaraka is not Yoruba, it's Arabic.
Albaraka.
Even summer, which is the sky, it's not Yoruba, it's Arabic. It was because of that came about because we interacted and were able to borrow certain things. If you don't use those words, if I ask you for the Yoruba equivalent of those words, you will not get them.
So just like me, I should add, so we say lemu, that's orange in Yoruba, but I think in the Hausa too they say lemu. Shibi in Yoruba they say spoon, and we also say spoon from our own Edo parts,
that diffusion is always there, and it helps.
It helps a lot.
It helps a lot. It brings development. Those things that you don't have, you
bring
borrow,
them in. Yeah, the ones that are not okay, you take them out.
That is how we move. That is how societies move. That's why civilization is inculcated.
Wow. Okay, so that's huge, and I think there's a need for us to continue to do this. But again, I would say when we are migrating, let's migrate right. When you migrate right, again, it's important for you to come back and chip it into your society, to advance your own society. So before we go to the final question, there is this saying that when you don't leave your your environment, your father's farm. Yeah, that's the saying. When you don't leave your father's farm, you would say that it's your own father's farm that is bigger than the other person's father's farm. So on a final note, I want to ask, when you look back over centuries, from free movement to forced migration, and now to manage mobility, what enduring lesson stands out to you about what it means to move, belong, and survive in Africa?
Yeah, well, the enduring pattern that has that can be discerned from time about migration is the fact that Africans keep moving out without attracting other people to come into the continent. Now, others who have come for the purpose of exploiting the natural resources, So we have not really brought so much to the table, and that is why the migration has been lopsided, against Africa. And until we are able to put our hearts together and make Africa also a destination point. And one fundamental way by which we can do that is to use tourism, all right? We are blessed with a lot of geographical sceneries that can be exploited for the purpose of tourism development. And so Nigeria should be looking in that direction. We are blessed with religion, all right? So we have, big religious centers, around the country. We can also find a way to reposition tourism and propel it towards religion. So there is religious tourism, all right? And we have to just put on our thinking caps so that we find a way of retaining or bringing capital to Africa, rather than taking capital out. That way we foster development and we benefit from the migration trend as they go on in the recent time.
Wow. A whole lot put together, and I wish we can go on and on and on. I mean, that settles it. You have the information we have, but I want to believe some other time when we ask you to come again, you will do this for us. I want to say a very big thank you to you for coming around and being able to give us all of this information. Yes, for some of us who feel, oh, we have that information, but hey, we learn every day, and no one is an island, I would tell that from this conversation, I've also picked one or two. I want to believe that our viewers have also been able to do so. So what's fascinating, journey through time. So we have learned that migration in Africa is not just about movement, it's about connection, culture, and continuity. From ancient trade routes to colonial disruption and to this displacement challenges. The movement of people has defined our shared African story. Either we like it or yes, we have moved away from our past. And our guest has been Oluwaseun Gbagboyemi Shoele, and he's reminding us, I also want to remind you that understanding the past gives us the clarity to shape the future, one where migration can become a driver of integration and growth, not conflict or crisis. Yes, that is what it is, and on this note, we will be calling it a day on Across Borders today. I want to say a very big thank you to all of our viewers. Until next week, we'll be coming your way again. Don't forget to follow us via our social media platforms at Sook News Television. My name is Grace Komolafe. Do have a great day.
Africa, movement has always defined life. From the ancient camel caravans that crossed the Sahara to the aircraft that now fill the skies, migration has always been the heartbeat of connection, resilience, and transformation. The same purpose that once drove traders across deserts now guides planes across continents, linking people, commerce, and dreams. Centuries ago, caravans carried salt, gold, and ideas from the empires of Mali and Songhai to the Swahili coast. These routes were Africa's first highways, paths of trade and culture that built civilizations long before modern borders. Traders were more than merchants. They were bridges between worlds. Today's aviation routes are faster, but they follow the same spirit, the desire to connect. Then came colonization, which reshaped Africans' movements. Borders were drawn, people displaced, and millions forced into labor. What migration once united, colonization divided. Yet, today's aviation is helping to reconnect what history once tore apart, linking cities, nations, and families through the skies. After independence, movement took new forms from rural to urban migration, students seeking knowledge abroad to refugees fleeing conflicts. Africa's people still move, not from weakness, but from hope, because mobility is survival. From the caravans to aircrafts, Africans' journey has always been one of motion and meaning. The skies that once watched history now carries new dreams. I am Alice Patrick. You're watching Across Borders. Stay tuned for more insights.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company. specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogun-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South-South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogun-Okbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Boa Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in Boa Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee, pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that is the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of extension. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal entity, as far as engagement is concerned with other outside world, you need to know there are provisions of the Constitution which you need to comply. Failure to comply with that provision of the Constitution, whatever you do, it will go to a nullity, invalid, and is inconsistent with the provisions of the Constitution. And to the extent of that inconsistency, it is null and void, and of no effect whatsoever. So we're trying to avoid this scenario whereby at national level or at international fora, Nigeria will be embarrassed because the stakeholders, the principal actors, they didn't even know what they are doing. So that is why we decided at this particular moment it is rife and necessary to ensure that we engage with unnecessary stakeholders. That is the basic reasons for engaging these activities. Actually, I recommend their effort to any other entity, because if you can see, most of them, they are legal luminaries. They know their audience, they know what they are doing. So I really appreciate, they did a very wonderful job. And I sincerely appreciate. That's the main reason that I say I need to be here in Lagos, at least to supervise the happening in Lagos, and I'm impressed. Engagement with outside world it is two ways. It is going to be either bilateral or multilateral. So with this kind of workshop, or with this kind of discourse, we believe the principal actors will now know what it takes to enter a treaty. And if they comply with what they are taught in this session, if they advise their principal when they go back to their respective MDA on the right way to go, I believe most of the treaties will be legally binding in Nigeria, provided they follow the procedure laid down by the Constitution. The future is bright. And the future, we will ensure in the future that all the treaties, all the agreements, all the international protocols have been observed to the latter, have been protected and enforced as it is enshrined in the Constitution. And with this kind of workshop, we believe we will create a series of avenues whereby we will engage other parties, other necessary stakeholders. We just set the ball rolling, and we will be there, inshallah.
Also sharing insights on the workshop, the clerk of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols and Agreements discussed the value of the training in improving the understanding and application of international agreements across MDAs. He noted that the engagement served as an eye-opener, equipping participants with tools for more effective negotiation and oversight.
I'm a Nigerian, a citizen of Nigeria, and I want Nigeria to benefit from its interaction with international community, and it starts from things like this. For us to be able to interact well, we need to know what it entails to engage in the international community. When we are talking about treaties, what does it entail to enter into treaties? How do we do that? How do we negotiate? How do we implement? How do we oversight as a parliament? So it is my duty as a clerk of the committee to advise the chairman and the committee members on how to go on all these issues, and also very instrumental to the organization of this workshop today. Our partners, the facilitators, are very, very excellent. We appreciate them, and it's also a collaborative effort between us and them. And so far, so good. What we have achieved so far has been fantastic. The participants are very, very impressed. I myself am impressed, and I also hope there are some things I am taking home. For instance, now. Nigerians used to think before that our negotiators who negotiate treaties will just go abroad, go on tea party, shopping, but it's not more the case. By what I'm seeing here now, I can see experts, technocrats who know their honors, who take the bull by the horn and do what's supposed to do. That one has been established. Even our facilitators can attest to that as well. Another thing is that the quality of ideas being shown and being given us here is very, very apt to our situation presently, so that we can apply in our situation in Nigeria. And going forward, if this lesson continues, it's going to impact a lot, because the MDs, many of the MDs are here, even state governments, like Kogi State Government is here, the SSG is here, the Attorney General of Plateau State was also here, and also some top directors in the federal MDA, they are here. So it's a high-class, high-level engagement workshop. We are in a political environment, I must tell you that. But we, technocrats, are supposed to be the advisors and movers of policies. So they don't need to bend. They need to stick to the rule. And I also to advise our government, our leaders, that as well as they are making policies, they should also consider the benefits, the interest of the country, not just politics. They should not play politics with it. They should consider the interest of the country first, and also the people. It's an appeal that everybody that has a responsibility to do, either in the public service, or in the private sector, in government, do your responsibility as much as you can. In a good faith, in a sincerity. Don't put your personal interests above national interests.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to be here to make a closing remarks forward on behalf of His Excellency, the Right Honourable Speaker, 10th National Assembly, Right Honourable Najib Abbas. He has mandated me to deliver this goodwill closing remarks. We appreciate your time, your dedication, and your efforts in trying to attend this program and attentively pay attention to the discourse and the further issue being deliberated here. And it is believed that this message you have learned here, or what you have learned here, will be passed towards your chief executive officers, and at the same time you will guide them achieving the necessary mandates in deciding issues of treaties, operation of treaties, and what have you. So at this juncture, on behalf of the Right Honourable Speaker, we wish you a safe return to your various destination, and we believe you will pass the message to all other necessary stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk Enlightenment.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit tight. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. Which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like I showed I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Al-Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? There are those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is. Wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something to do. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggables, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria. You're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Souk News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. The federal government of Nigeria has disbursed 32.9 billion naira to primary healthcare facilities across all wards through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, marking the third release of the funds in 2025. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Patay, confirmed that the funds have been deposited directly into health centers' accounts to improve service delivery at the grassroots levels. The initiative aims to strengthen access to essential health care by enabling local facilities to manage resources transparently in partnership with community groups. Professor Patay emphasized that the move reflects the government's renewed commitment to strengthen Nigeria's primary health systems, urging citizens, traditional leaders, and ward committees to monitor fund utilization for accountability and impact. Established under the National Health Act of 2014, the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, financed by 1% of the Consolidated Revenue Fund and donor contributions, serves as a critical lifeline for the poor and vulnerable, supporting essential medical services, supplies, and emergency treatment nationwide. The Nigerian exchange extended its bullish streak on Wednesday, with investors gaining 1.45 trillion naira to raise total market capitalization to 97.6 trillion naira. The rally was driven by strong performance from blue-chip stocks including Dangote Cement, Nascon Allied Industries, and Transcorp Hotels, alongside gains in Skyway Aviation Handling Company and UPDC Real Estate Investment Trust. Trading activities also surged as 589.43 million shares worth 23.97 billion naira were exchanged in 28,456 deals, while 32 equities advanced and 30 declined. Analysts attributed the sustained market momentum to renewed investor confidence, supported by optimism for fourth quarter corporate earnings and persistent demand for high-cap stocks. Dangote Cement's 6.5% rise to 639 naira per share was a major boost to overall sentiment, signaling increased investor appetite amid Nigeria's improving economic and industrial outlook. The rally reflects a growing belief in the market's long-term potential as participants position for stronger growth. The Lagos State government has announced plans to close outdated landfills and modernize waste management system across Lagos State to promote environmental sustainability. Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources Tokunbo Wahab said the project aims to create a cleaner, flood-free Lagos through improved coordination between state and local authorities. Dump sites such as Olushosun and Solulus 3 will be decommissioned, while efficient sites like Ekpe will remain operational. The announcement followed a meeting with all 57 local governments and council development area chairmen and senior officials. Wahab emphasized that effective waste collection must begin at the grassroots levels, urging councils to strengthen enforcement and public awareness to curb indiscriminate dumping. He reiterated that sustainability is a shared duty, noting that while the state invests in modern drainage and flood control systems, lasting progress requires public cooperation. He added that waste should be viewed as a development resources rather than environmental burden. Now, India is preparing to sharply reduce the imports of Russian crude oil following new sanctions by the United States targeting Rosneft and Lukoil. The move signals a major shift in India's energy strategy and could ease trade tensions with Washington, which recently imposed 50% tariff on Indian exports due to its heavy reliance on Russian oil. Reliance Industries, India's largest private refiner, plans to scale down purchases in line with government's directive, while state-owned refineries such as Indian Oil Corporation, Bharat Petroleum, and Hindustan Petroleum are reviewing supply contracts to ensure compliance. The sanction announced by President Donald Trump gives companies until November 21st to cease transaction with Russian producers. India currently imports about 1.7 barrels, while Russia may turn suppliers from Middle East and Brazil to fill the gap. Analysts believe the policy shift will reshape India's energy security and test its diplomatic balance between Moscow and Washington as trade negotiations continue. Japan's largest labor federation, Rengo, has announced plans to demand at least 5% wage increase in the upcoming 2026 pay negotiations to sustain the nation's wage growth momentum. Under Prime Minister Sanai Takachi, the proposal includes 3% rise in base salaries, mirroring last year's push that achieved average pay gains of 5.25% across industries. The move underscores a broader effort to strengthen household purchasing power and revive consumer confidence after decades of stagnant wages. Rengo's draft policy framework released Thursday stressed the need for continued wage growth to offset inflation and secure long-term economic stability. The official confirmation of wage targets is expected by late November, setting the stage for another round of tough talks between labor unions and corporations. Analysts say the outcome will test Japan's corporate resilience as companies navigate higher labor costs amid a still fragile economic recovery. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. I am Olumide Shogoya. Please stay with us.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souk Perspective.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls in the museum where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souk News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souk News, okay? Stay updated with Souk News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souk News and stay glued to Souk News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souk News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore the forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that go often unnoticed. For decades, Nigeria's real estate sector has been a primary engine of wealth, but also a source of deep inequality. We've seen booming development alongside affordability crisis driven by unclear taxes and exploitative rental practices. Now things are changing. The Nigerian government has introduced sweeping reforms from federal taxes overhauls to new state-level tenancy laws. But what do these transitions mean for investors, developers, and the average tenant? This week, we unpack Nigeria's real estate reset. This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. I also have the gentleman here, Onyipreye Krumale. How are you doing?
Good afternoon to you, Olumide. Good afternoon, to you, everyone out there. It's great to be here. We're looking at the new reforms that will be taking place in the real estate sector. I'm glad we'll be speaking with a lawyer concerning that. But one thing that caught my attention is the digitization of the process. Apart from the digitization of the process, one part that I saw about tax compliance is that most people who have their properties registered, they are going to be taxed, but the tax is going to be based on the evaluation of the project. And sometimes when I look at that, okay, you have a house, you have a property, the government, so who is going to evaluate the tax? Who is going to assess or evaluate that? Is it going to be the government that is imposing the tax? Or is it going to be the owner of the property? Because if the owner of the property is going to do that,
it will undervalue.
It will obviously want to undervalue. And if it's the government that is going to do that, the government will need to send agents across the country to carry out that action. And that itself is going to increase the cost, of the government in performing that act. And if it's going to increase the cost, of course, forget, government is not in business, but they want to make some form of profit because we Nigerians have often criticized the government that, how can you tell me you spent $10 billion printing 500 million naira? Okay, that's just an example. So I like that. And I like the fact that digitization is in the process. You go to Alausa, a registered is open, or they entered your tax registration or the tax identification number or your tax company number, and the properties are there. And if somebody wants to buy a property, you can go verify from them. Like, is that property, does it belong to Mr. A or Mr. B? Mr. B wants to sell me that property, so I have to confirm. And probably it could be a landed property. It could just be land, maybe that it has not been developed in cases like that. I like that because it opened up the space for the government to not only have everything structured, but as many as registered their properties, the government is going to impose tax and is going to get some form of money that the government is also going to use in land, town planning and development.
I think one of the things I liked about the tenancy laws and reforms and all that is that as a tenant, you get some form of tax incentive, like giveaways. I think it's about less than $1 million, you get some tax returns. There's a way they will calculate it, but you have to also, prove to show that, yes, my rent is below $1 million or thereabouts. Do you understand? But what I'm also looking at now is enforcement. The tax reforms, beautiful. But how are we going to make sure we enforce it? Landlords are compliant. It's a whole lot. I dare say it might be capital intensive, having to monitor and have agents on ground going from house to house to monitor. Because some of these landlords are not even, they're not in the country, but yes, they have someone, a lawyer also, or an estate developer who is overseeing their properties and all that. So it might not necessarily need to see the landlord, but enforcement, how we try to enforce it and monitor it, make sure that landlords, then also the new law that says all real estate agents must register. That's a good one, because a lot of people have been complaining, especially in Lagos, how some of these agents have gone, quote-unquote, rogue with some of the outrageous rents they put up there and all that, this agency fee, agreement. They pack up so many things, and by the time you find out how much rent is, and what you have to pay extra. It's almost the same thing. When you calculate agency fee, this and that, lawyer fee. I mean, an agency fee these days is calculated 2 years. They don't calculate. I mean, so all these things, I'm glad that these new reforms are coming in, and it will really take care of a whole lot of things. You know, Nigeria's real estate sector is undergoing a tremendous, significant transition driven by two main policy areas: the Sweeping Nigeria Tax Reform Act 2025 at the federal level and the major tenancy law reforms, which is proposed by the Lagos State Tenancy Bill 2025 at the state level. Now, these changes aim to modernize fiscal environment, boost government revenue, and provide relief and protections for renters and tenants. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring in our guest. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Today's topic is real estate in transition, understanding Nigeria's new tax and tenancy reforms. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is John Olorutobi. So glad to have you. John Olorutobi is a lawyer. So glad to have you.
Yes, good afternoon, Priye. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Olumide. Yeah, it's nice to be here.
Yes, so let's start off with the new transition, these reforms. First of all, what do you think about this? Do you think this would some sort of bring a change, the change that we've all been looking for when you talk about government revenue and affordable housing?
Yes, so it's been a tough time with the tax world, with these new taxes and how it affects the common man. Of course, if you go online, you see a lot of revolting. The common man, once they hear tax, they believe you're coming to take from them. But what this new tax has done, or this new tax laws have done, is to help take away some burdens on a long-term scalability, you know, for the common man. And you would realize that this government is they are focused on the long term, not the short term. You see a lot of real estate schemes in Lagos, for example, 2 to 3 months, 5 months investment, flip your money, and this is doing a lot of harm to the economy itself. So what these new laws are doing is to invite investors, giving them warnings as well to, and also patting them behind, telling them, okay, we don't want you to come in just for 3 months, 5 months, or a year. We want a decade, long-term relationship with these investments. And on the long run, it helps the common man in Nigeria to be able to have sustainable, housing structure, and also to diffuse the complexity with regards to real estate industry. So this is everything.
I'm glad you mentioned investor. Now, with corporate capital gains taxes rising from about 10 to 30, don't you think it will scare away foreign developers, or foreign developers, or will it? What do you think, basically?
So just like Priya said, at the beginning, there's the government also needs, they need to also make money from certain investments that come into the country. That's how we grow the economy. And I like I mentioned, it's a long-term structure. These laws are there for the long term, and that's why the VAT comes in. So the VAT exemption is right there, to offset the pressure when it comes to how much you get to buy your materials and all of that. So it depends on what you want to come do, the kind of investment you're bringing into the country. But it's not just to come in and spend a short time and just sell properties. The government is trying to see how you can come into the system, build, and also rent, because it's a long term. It's more about the people. It's a relationship with the people first, or a result driven for the people. So it's a mixed feeling. It depends on what you want to invest and how you want to quickly get your pay. So that's great.
The Nigerian real estate industry is worth more than 59 trillion naira. That's more than the Nigerian budget 2025. So when I look at it, in my mind I'm like, 59 trillion. If that's how much the real estate industry is worth currently in Nigeria, I think it's small. But I'm not surprised, because I think it's doing very well. And you see cement, Dangote Cement is making gains in the Nigerian capital market, and that says a whole lot about the real estate industry. So when I look at that, I'm like, okay, now we're talking about this. Because I look at the value chain as well. It has ripple economic effects. So in that case, I don't want to go ahead of myself because I want to start looking at the relationship between the man, Baba Sukura, who owns a property, who is building one house somewhere. If the government is going to be regulating and evaluating properties, is it going to focus on just the estate, those who live in good, tush, nice-looking estates, or is it going to look at
Baba Shukura
land somewhere? How is he going to pay back or no pay some form of tax to the government? How is he going to be captured in the frame of things? That's where I actually want to come in with my question.
All right. Well, so there's a place for awareness, and that's why you have institutions like the FIRS and going out to onboard people to understand what these taxes and how these taxes affect them. There's also a need for harmonizing the lower structure with the higher structure. But we all know in the practical sense that these laws affect, of course, the big guns. But over time, this compliance would, of course, get down there. It's just to get the big guns to understand what they do. Because if you look at what's happening in Lagos right now, the effect of, should I say, wrong investments in some parts of Lagos that houses have to be pulled down is still because they believe they have this quote-unquote leg, in the industry. So, but the common man does not know these things. But once they see that the government is really going out for the big guys, getting them to be compliant. Everyone will sit up. It's just a system, basically.
That will mean everybody needs to fall in line when it comes to registering your property.
Yeah, that's correct.
And for property registration, the Lagos State, if it's Lagos State as the case may be, or for Africa and any relevant agency, town planning agencies will have to be the one registering properties, or these people will just need to come out on their own and register their property.
You can't leave this for the people to do, because I think that's even that's more like an informal system. So the government needs to put out more structure going out for should I say unregistered buildings, because you get more of unregistered buildings in very rural environments. So the government needs to spend more money, spend more time and resources, and that's why there's a need for digitalization. The nearest cyber cafe can have access to certain should I say platforms to take in data from house owners to register. This can also help with sensor. You just think ahead. When the modern day right now, we can't expect that the common man goes out to do these things by himself. Just put out a structure for them in the nearest cyber cafes. Go in there, register, and then of course you push it with some punishment if you don't do so. I think that works actually.
All right. So there's this pertaining to the Lagos tenancy law, which stipulates that landlords cannot get rent from more than 3 to 6 months. And, we live in a state whereby the landlord would renovate the house, paint it, and increase rent. So now, with this one coming in, don't you think it would lead to poorer infrastructure quality? If they can't collect more than 3 to 6 months?
Yes, definitely. Just like Mr. Priya said, Mr. Shukura lives on his rent, and you're expecting him to not do this. Some would actually go ahead to inflate, the rent cost or something. But you see others that have they understand this, should I say, these structures, and then there are other like insurance schemes out there that can help them maintain this buildings, the quality, the renovation, and all of that. So for me, I think it's a place for more awareness to these results, because like you said, what happens to the average man that lives on this is what they live on. Is it that they are inflated? It goes back to the inflation that we're talking about. Inflate the fees of these residential rent fees and all of that. But if you create opportunities like insurance, introduce them to insurance policies that would help cater for this quality control of their property, maintenance of their property, then over time they can, of course, offset these things with a credit structure So I strongly believe that you can't stop, in the practical sense, you can't stop people from saying, you know what, if I'm going to put in money to get my building registered and well structured for you to be able to live in, then you have to pay for these things.
Okay, but sorry to interrupt you. Rents in Lagos is through cotton, if there's a better word to use. It's roof high. And when you bring in the government into the frame of things in order to regularize it in a way that everything will become very much structured, it's going to increase expense. In fact, rents are going to even increase. And like he said, you're going to tell, that means the government cannot even control. Because there are several times, including the Fashion administration before now, talked about paying monthly rent, just the way they do in advanced countries. And the landlords had to gather together. I don't know if, I can't even remember vividly, they took him to court and they didn't follow that. In fact, recently it is coming to 1 year. A lot of people comply with that 1 year, but as I speak to you now, there are people collecting 2 years.
Yes, 2.5 years.
2 years, 2.5 years. And they are telling you, the government, that is going to be a whole lot of problem. That means, how can we marry, where do you think developers and government policy can come to a compromise in making sure that, okay, let's be on the same platform? What do you see the developer giving up? What do you see the government giving up? And how this amount to the common good of the man?
Okay, so from the government, should I say, from the point of view of the government, that's why these laws are there. A developer will tell you, I bought this property, I bought these materials for a very ridiculous amount of money. I mean, we can't control FX and inflation. That's a very big challenge. But what the government is doing now is, of course, they're helping to cushion, you know, how much you spend in building this property. Now, there would always be a rift between developers and the government, because I spend some amount of money. You don't know how much I spent building my house. So you can't really tell me how much. I'm a business person, so if I'm putting 10 million into this business, I'm expecting, give and take, maybe 4.5 million back in return in terms of, so the government can't really put their eyes in there. And that's why the government is saying, you know what, just to avoid this, like the capital gain tax and, you know, like stamp duties and the rest, you would have to, everyone has to go back now to their shelves, like break down your income tax and your, you know, what you make from the sales of selling, you know, what you sell when you sell property and all of that, so that they can understand how to, you know, where to put the VAT exemption and when not to, where to add the, you know, the stamp duties and when not to, because if you don't do that, then you can't come out with a complaint. So it's more of an assignment. The new law is more of an assignment. So we don't have issues between the government and the companies. So it's everyone go back home. Now you have in a building where in a structure where you have your residential flats or shops, and you differentiate them so we can know which to tax, which falls under exemptions. Do you understand? So it's an assignment, and everyone has to actually fall in line. If we don't, of course, the legal shall I say punishment for these things, and that also brings me to you know, the ADR side of things, where the government has also created opportunities for you to lay your complaints, you know, for quicker responses and getting these things off the desk, so we don't just waste time in the industry.
Yeah. All right. So, if assuming, or let's be optimistic, that renting becomes easier, don't you think fewer people would bother with mortgages, thereby slowing down the housing finance sector?
No. From my point of view, I think at the end of the day, it's, you know, at the beginning I said these new laws are for a long time. And the government is not really focused on certain things other than how does this affect the common man, and how do the investors also come in and be comfortable in, you know, developing in our country. So on the long run, you'd see that in the working system outside Nigeria, you see they have schemes like, you know, the credit system, microfinances that can help, you know, cushion this effect. At the end of the day, it's a long time. not short term. So once you look into this, if this can be created, then you will see that the common man will be happy, going about their giving out their properties for rent, and everyone, I think everyone will be happy about that. So.
All right, we're still looking at real estate in transition. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program. Stay tuned.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souk News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souk News, okay? Stay updated with Souk News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souk News and stay glued to Souk News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souk News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
Welcome back to Just Africa. We're still looking at real estate in transition. Don't forget to like, comment, and share. Drop your comments on our YouTube page at Souk News TV. We're still here with John Olorutobi. He is a lawyer. Now, so one of the things I'm happy about is this registration for agents, because for far too long now, in fact, in Lagos, if you want to get a house, you have to prepare like 3 to 4 months before you just put an average of 3 to 4 months.
Like you start the search?
Yes, to start the search. 3 to 4 months, you will get it after 3 to 4 months. And you find out that sometimes it's the agents that are, I've gotten to a house whereby I found out there were 3 agents on that house. So the agent fee I'm paying is ×3. So now with this new policy, how do you think we would have some form of sanity in the real estate world?
All right. I mean, that's another area where you, of course, give credit to the Lagos State government, always going ahead of, the big play. If you look at that bill that was passed, I think Section 3 sub 1 of it, it did mention that agents should not, receive more than 5%.
5%?
Yeah, 5%. And, currently, you would go to some places and agents are collecting as high as 30%, 20%, yes. And it's quite ridiculous. So that's another area where the government is, trying to, cushion this and curb this illegal and rash system of agents. And then also, they've also made it mandatory for agents to be registered. I think it's the last Serera or so thereabouts. And what this does is to take out the informal agents. You go onto the streets and random people just collecting money. You get, and this also opens the citizens to being victims of crimes. So it's dealing both the civic and the criminal side of things to curb these things and get us in the right shape. So it's a good one. Looking at what the bill says. So.
All right. So now getting agents registered, that's a good one. But I'm also looking at enforcing them. So as a tenant, do I ask the agent that, oh, are you registered with Lacera? Can I see your identity card? And if, for instance, I am displeased, how do I seek?
Earlier I said the system has created for ADR. Through the tribunal and all of that. So this is where Nigerians have to actually come handy. Everyone needs to be compliant. And if we all sit back saying there's no one to go to, we need to be aware that we have certain rights and there are places you can go to enforce these rights. Yeah. And I'm not supposed to come to you for a property and then you direct me to an agent, and the agent cannot provide a card and say, oh, this is actually I'm a registered agent and all of that. So this is what the law is saying. So I think at the same time you're going to be an accomplice getting to collect a property from an agent that's not registered. Because what you're doing is you are actually enabling this fight against informal agents. So what you're going to do now is, and I'm saying this to everyone, if you go out there, you find an agent that is not registered, you should report this. It's very important. And once we start cleaning up this situation, everyone understands now that if I go ahead not to, as an agent, if I go ahead to collect more than 5%, then these people are aware. They know where to go to. And the government has created where you can come to report these situations. So don't worry. I feel like sometimes we're more concerned about I'm going to lose this house if I don't go ahead. And that's a practical sense. You go for an agent check-in, site inspection, and it's over like 30, 40 people. And they're right there. They're telling you if you don't pay this amount of money, someone else is going to collect it. Why is someone else collecting it?
So that's 5% of the of the annual rent. Yeah. That should be going to the agent.
Yes.
And you mentioned about 30%. I've seen cases of 50%. I just wanted to say
that. So everyone needs to be everyone needs to get on board. Everyone needs to get on board. It's because the government are doing their best, and this is what they can do. Put out the laws. There are so many laws out there. Enforcement of laws are always the issues because we are still the ones that would enforce these laws. My brother is an enforcement agent. Your brother is an enforcement agent. He knows what to do, but because he just feels like nothing's going to happen, he goes ahead not to do anything. So you can report it, I can report it, and there's a place to report it. And they say the ADR, which of course, instead of going to court to make it all long, the ADR is there for you to cushion the time, cost of for this discussion as well to get a result from this situation.
Great. Okay. Now, getting a house. First of all, as a person, you want to get a house. What are the things you should be looking out for? What kind of agreement should you be considering entering with an agent or with the landlord? That's one question I want to ask. The other thing is this: is it mandatory for you as a landlord to have an agent, or can you do it just yourself and just move on, but obeying all these laws in place? You becoming your own agent, so you're working both as a landlord and an agent.
In Nigeria, there's something about everyone just going, just following through through what happens. Let's say it, as an agent, what do? You just go out there, you have your platform, people come to ask you for these lettings and the rest, and that's something maybe the landlord does not have time to do. So we can't throw that side of real estate away. So they are very important as well too. So what you can do is just ensure that you are doing your own search, your personal search. Every property is assumed to be registered, and if you're going to a place to collect a property and then you're just doing oral conversations and all of that, that's the first mistake. Every transaction has to be documented. You must collect a receipt as well that shows, we are collecting this property from, who is actually letting this property to you. The time frame, very, very important. So you don't come tomorrow and say, oh, I know the wordings. People tell you, that's why you need a lawyer. an annual,
to rent a house, I need a lawyer.
Yes, you actually.
How much am I going to pay the lawyer? How much am I going to pay for the house?
I mean, Baba Shukura, who is just trying to.
Yes, and he's going to. I want to go and get a house from him, and I need to get a lawyer, pay him to go and discuss it.
So in the real sense, you would realize that a lot of times, the informal side of things of life, like Baba Shukura. They don't really come out to say, oh, they have issues. They know where to settle it. But what the government is trying to do is, especially in Lagos, trying to put everyone under a scrutiny, under a system. No one can you can't just build a house. You can't just let your house. We want to know who is collecting and who is buying. It helps with data. It helps with counter-terrorism. It helps a lot of things.
Yeah.
Now, that's what the government is trying to do. It's a big picture. It's a long plan. It's not just now. So Baba Shukura needs to understand that he has to fall in line. It will cost you, but these are costings that you can put in to the actual
cost of the rent
cost
and
of the rent.
transfer it to Lumide.
So
I also would like to ask, there's this common complaint from tenants, arbitrary rent hikes. Do you think this new tenancy law has any provision for that?
Yes, it does. If you look through it, it's even before now, we've had the Lagos State talk about, I think you can't increase the rents until about 2 years of collecting the property, and I'm very aware of that section. So it goes back to how the landlord looks at. Earlier you mentioned if once he renovates the house, then he wants to increase the rent.
Yes.
I also want to live in a modern environment that looks really nice. So there's a way to caution it. And that's why there's a need for everyone to get in line. So you expect me to pay 1.5 million this year, and then the following year you expect me to pay, and I mean I've heard people pay half of that the following year. So it's not a, these are the gaps, to be able to curb these things. But over time, once landlords begin to see that tenants are aware of certain rights and where to go to report these things, it will help. And that's what the law is saying. Don't worry. Come, we have the structure. These structures are there for you. If you are not feeling safe as a tenant, come here and report.
Okay. So I have people who the landlord wants to get them out of the house. He wants them to go because he wants to increase the rent. So first of all, he increased the rent by like 80%. After some back and forth, they accepted 50% and they continued staying. But he was not satisfied. He still wanted them to leave because their new tenants means new rates. Everything is going to be new and the money is going to be. So he's like telling them about 300% increase for them to leave. Some of them are not as aware or informed, like you said. They don't know who to report to. There's a local government council there, but they don't handle issues like that. And even if you report, you are not certain of the outcome. So in cases like this, when they are not even aware, and we tend to see, how can this be done? Can you propose a solution where, and through an informal means, these people can even get across to the government?
Well, that's why they have associations as well.
Resident associations.
Yes. It might not be as functional as we think, but they work as well.
Okay.
They work. And, if I'm to take my landlord to court or to a dispute resolution, it might not be as well organized. But if I take the association, then there's a clout on that. Okay. So in this situation, this is where lawyers come in. It's not just about we're not just in the system to speak English. We think of the process that makes it easier for you to get justice, to get clarification with these things. If I take my landlord to court, he might not even come because he feels like my property. So, but there's an association that is registered that the landlord falls under. I can report to them, and then by virtue of that, you
can summon him.
Yeah.
Okay, but now let me take this conversation to a whole different level. As a young man, how do you start? When and how do you start planning to own your property, to own a house of your own, no matter how much you earn? Because I'm looking at the mortgage, I'm looking at, in this part of the world, if the mortgage actually functions, and for a young man who is 25, who is 30 and he wants to own a property, for how many years can he have a mortgage that he can pay, even if it is for 10 years to own a property? How do you think they can get that, and the kind of policy that should enable that process?
Well, the new tax law has actually handled that. If you look at it very well, you see that once this is well practiced, you would see that it first cushions the effects, the burden on rental services. Okay. Now people can afford to rent properties. That would also create competition amongst investors, or should I say developers. And on the long run, you can choose to now decide to say you want, or you can decide rather to say you want to own yours, because now the rent, you can afford to pay the rent. Okay. I mean, you want to own a property when you cannot even afford the rent. So once that's why like I said, the tax law is first addressing the burden on rental issues. Do you understand what I'm saying? So once that is taken care of, you as a young person trying to own a property mortgage, for the long run, would be able to do that. Because now there's more competition. There are more developers in the system. And, I mentioned earlier that the new tax law is looking at long-term with investors, foreign investors coming in. We're not looking for quick flips. We're looking for people that are going to come in here 10 years, 20 years to build properties for easy rents and not just to sell. Because, you look at a lot of houses in Lagos, Abuja, for example. There are houses that are just built. No one is living in there. But what the tax law is saying is, that's because people have put in so much money to build, but no one can buy. So once these properties are affordable for rentals first, then you'd see more competition in the mortgage industry that want to sell for the long term. So the new law is actually taking care of that.
Okay, so sorry, Olumide. Yeah. There's a reason why I'm more certain to get more clarity in this aspect. You mentioned something quite significant. Even on the island here, people have their homes, big houses. Nobody is living there. Even if you spent $1 trillion to build it, for 5 years that house is not occupied, you are losing. Depreciation is setting in. So at the long run, you're not making any money. So instead of saying people can't afford to rent the house, you want to rent the house for 10, 12 million naira annually, and people are coming to offer 6 million, 5 million naira. You refuse to give it out. And 1 year is gone, 2 years has gone, 3 years has gone. As a government, I cannot believe your argument any longer that people are coming to pay 5 million naira annually, but your charge is for 6 million or is for 10 million. And for 5 years, you refuse that 5 million. So if we are to calculate 5 million naira each for annually for 10 years, and the house has become vacant, it causes security issues in vicinities because criminals will hibernate on those properties to commit crime. And these are very, very good eyebrow areas. Do you think the government should make a policy where it can say, okay, if your property is left unoccupied for X number of days or months or years, we might be forced to do X, Y, Z. Your property must be inhabited if it is built for such people, because there are also other arguments that politicians or unscrupulous elements will steal money and they hide it in the real estate sector, just buy properties there and leave it there without. So how can the government address those anomalies?
Well, this goes back to, should I say, reasons for build. So why are you building?
Reasons for building.
Yeah, why are you building? Are you building for commercial purposes or for residential, purposes? So you also would not question my whys as to why I have a house and I let it and travel abroad, because it's my home and I decide to leave it that way whenever I come back to Nigeria. You understand? But this is where data comes in. If I build a property and the reason for this, I mean, if you go abroad, like UK, for example, they ask these questions because now they can address this demand or this question you just brought up as to why do you have a property and it's not being occupied for 5 years, 10 years. This can actually harbor criminals, can be used for illegal things. So there's a need for going big on data. So you're building a house on number 14, so ABC Allen Avenue or something. What is this building for? And it's registered for this reason. Now, the occupants, it's not just to give the occupants a document to sign. You also need to register them on the platform. Data. there's a need to focus on data in Nigeria. Once the data is there, you know who to look for, how to track certain things, and that's where the digitalization mentioned in the new law with regards to FIRS. They have the tools. It's just to enforce these things, to put these things into place. So.
All right. So many Nigerians rent informally without written agreements. So under this proposed reform, do you think undocumented tenancy agreements, will it have any legal weight?
Of course not. Just as you said, you have to put everything in writing. And when you put this in writing, you also need to follow them up by adhering to certain compliance, by registering some of these documents with the government, and for them to be able to identify and say, okay, yes, we know you have this property here, and you have this number of tenants here, and so it's a warning to everyone trying to collect an accommodation or to rent a space. You have to go formal. You actually have to go formal, even if you don't understand how to read and write. Just because you know the reason why you want to collect this place, you look for someone that can explain these things to you and get you to pen them down for proper documentation.
Okay. All right. So, Priya.
Okay. The government most times have been criticized by developers that, look, you are not contributing your own quota to enhancing town planning, structures across the country, because they feel as a government you're supposed to provide an enabling ecosystem, an environment where you have lights, where you have roads that can lead there, but most of the places they feel as a developer, some people who own estates, they site estates, facilities there, and when you want to build, you are not only building for the house, you are building and contributing money for the road networks in the estate, for drainage systems, you just name it. And from one stage of the building to the other, you could be paying for a whole long period of time erecting your own, and it's adding to the cost of buildings. So the dual roles that both the developer and the government needs to play for us to have a good platform. Do you think that both parties are adequately addressing the problem, that taking care of their own responsibilities that they should?
Yes, there's a need for harmonization between the government and investors, and that's why the law is clear as day and light, giving out a clear message to foreign investors that one of the reasons why you find a lot of investors having this issue and a lot of burden of financial structure in their building is because they want to quickly sell. They just want to flip it. And you would understand that by doing this, it opens them to, in short, a lot of miscalculations and failing to be compliant on a lot of things. The government is saying, come in, we want you for a long time. Now, in a long time, you know what that happens. What happens is you take your time to harmonize certain things and to be able to correct certain things that the government wants you to do. And then in the long run, you make your money over time. So if you are coming to invest in Nigeria right now, based on what the new tax law is all about, then you should be ready to welcome patience. No rush. Okay. No rush. You understand? You are not just coming to just invest your 100 million, 150 million, and then in 3-4 months you want to go back to your country with 300, 400 million naira. We want you to come in here, spend your money, and over the period of over a decade or two, you make your money back.
Okay, my last question from me. Okay, the real estate industry, most especially in Lagos, have seen a boom recently. Why do you think we have that? Is it because of population?
So, we are, the government is trying to take away the pressure on oil. So real estate is like the next big thing that has been doing numbers. And if you compare what the industry is like to our economy, it's not balanced. You hear a lot of properties going for about 150 million, 200 million in Lagos, and you'll be wondering how are people affording to buy this? Yeah, people are actually buying it. I just feel like at the end of the day, it's a case of understanding the market. You understand the market as an individual coming into the business, then you know that you have to place yourself to be a business person for the long term. You know, I've been saying long term a lot because it's this the flipping of the properties in real estate has really crushed the real estate industry. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's why the government is calling on everyone to understand that whatever policy we're putting out there now, it's not for now, it's not for tomorrow, it's for a long time. And you know, this is just basically what it is.
All right, so I'd like to ask you, the new rent relief program, I was talking about it earlier on, whereby tenants can claim a deduction of up to 500,000 or 20% of their annual rent, you know, whichever is lower from their taxable income. Now, this applies to, of course, tenants with documented rent payments. But it's easy for the blue collars to, you know, get this. But I'm looking at the informal sector. Maybe the Mama Joseph selling tomatoes. Or a maker with a small shop. How will he be able to? Because you have to file your tax return to get this. How can the government make this seamless?
Well, with my understanding, over time, when I was in uni, I've known FRS and the Lagos Inland Revenue Service to go out there onboarding people. You have programs like Tax Walk, that the Unilag Tax Association used to do, Joint Tax Board debate and all of that. And they go out there to meet the common man, to make them understand what this system is all about, how it benefits them. So no one has an excuse to not be open to learning and knowing these things because it's for your own benefit. So yes, there's a place for the government to be more proactive in getting people to know these things. There's also a place for the people to reach out, to wanting to reach out to how do I get my property, to be in proper alignment to these new tax laws and what are the benefits for me as a property owner. So because if not, if you don't do these things, the law doesn't come to you and tells you, oh, you're a rich man, oh, you're a white-collar person, you studied, you have a PhD. No, the law comes to you as a Nigerian. So there's a place for the government, of course, awareness, onboarding, and all of that. And there's also a place for the Nigerians to reach out, be abreast of what's happening. So,
all right. So now, from your experience as a real estate, as a lawyer rather, what are the three biggest mistakes both landlords and tenants make during this tenancy agreement?
First, it all starts with the wrong agent, wrong understanding of the property. Also, not documenting your agreements, and also the content of the agreements. A lot of people fall into mishaps with the kind of content in the agreement, tenancy agreements, and even the landlord himself does not even understand the difference between the yearly tenants and a periodic tenant, and you see these issues. Oh no, and then maybe for some reasons, someone who is passing to the year of tenant like, I have a lawyer, give him the document, and then you pass over the documents. Most of these documents are drafted by agents that have no idea what a periodic tenancy is and what a yearly tenancy is. So these are little issues that they are not just English; they are legal terms that gives you certain backings. So mistakes, like I said, the question you asked, people not understanding their agreements, people not writing down their agreements, and I think for me, those two things actually play a very pivotal role in how you go about how you enjoy this property. Because you can be living in a property that has been sold, you can be living in a property that the government itself have, they've put a caveat on. So all these things play out in mistakes that people make.
I've heard stories of how you even buy forms before you even you buy form, then you have to pay for agreements. And I'm wondering, you're buying a form for registration and you're still paying for agreement. Shouldn't that all come under the legal fee that you're paying for?
Yeah, so I mean, you see some processes. You have the lawyer, you have the agent, you have the landlord. Now, I strongly believe that they play three different roles. Because as a lawyer, I might not be the one that brought you as the agent. So an agent also demands his fee. So at the end of the day, it's just because let's be practical here. The form you are buying from the agent is to have your information and to be sure that you're someone that they can let from the very beginning. So how much are you paying? You're paying 15,000, 10,000, some as far as 20,000 naira. It's not so great. It's not right because you should have access to this property. So that's why I said everyone has to fall in line in compliance. And falling in line means reporting this things.
What about the inspection fee? How can the government stop this? Because it is rampant. You pay 10,000 for just one inspection per day, not multiple inspections.
The same way you asked me the question, I'm going to ask you back. How do you actually cater for that informal sector? Because it's tough. It's tough in the sense that, a lot of times people are in demand. And that's why these new tax laws are giving room for long-term investment so that there will be enough supply. You don't see a lot, like now, if you look at Lagos, for example, Surrey is a buzzing environment, Yaba, because of course, closer to the island for work. And properties there, 2-bedroom are going for about 3 million naira, 2.5. And before you blink, it's gone. Why? Because most of the investors are not building most of their properties for a long-term period. They just want to quickly build and get their money. So it's going to be tough to just say, oh, don't charge for this until we can fully have enough, supply of properties in the system. And that means we're welcoming investors to come in and say, come, just bring your money and invest for a long time. Don't sell, rent. So when we have more rentals, then the whole issue of people just collecting 5,000, 10,000 every now and then for one visitation will actually reduce. Because if you don't give me, there's someone else that has a property that wants to let. Over time, once there's more supply, then all those things actually gets reduced.
All right, thank you very much, John Olawuntobi, for your insightful discussion, and thank you for joining Just Africa.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have been discussing real estate in transition, understanding Nigeria's new tenancy reforms with John Olawuntobi. Nigeria's new real estate and tenancy reforms represent both a challenge and an opportunity, a chance to formalize the sector, improving house access and strengthen economic growth. But to succeed, implementation, trust, and fairness will be key. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the second segment of Just Africa. Stay tuned.
When Emeke talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souk News TV.
My name is Ogbadege. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souk News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souk News, okay? Stay updated with Souk News.
My name is Aton Kane. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souk News and stay glued to Souk News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souk News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, Monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
Welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore the bold ideas shaping the continent's growth and its place in the world. Africa's stories are powerful stories of kingdoms, resilience, spirituality, innovation, and change. But how those stories are told is evolving. Across the continent, new generations of creators, filmmakers, designers, writers, and digital storytellers are enacting Africa's history through fresh lenses, blending heritage with modern expression. Today on Just Africa, we explore reenacting Africa's stories through new generation lenses, how this creative shift is reshaping identity, inspiring pride, and redefining the way the world sees Africa. Now, on this segment, we will be exploring reenacting Africa's story through new generation lenses. Joining us on this discussion is Ibrahim Lateef Adebayo, a Nollywood actor, filmmaker, and king of reenactment. So glad to have you, Adebayo.
Good afternoon, Soak News TV. Thank you very much for bringing me on here today. It's my pleasure.
All right, let's start from the roots. Why do you think storytelling has always been very germane? Or shall I say, why do you think storytelling has always been such a vital part of African identity?
Are you talking about reenactments as part of being,
storytelling?
All right. First of all, we have gotten to the point in Africa where we are realizing that it is very necessary for us to tell about our stories, the past legends, exceptional individuals, and the rest. And so now this is where storytelling is coming to play out as something very crucial. And as for me, I think one of the best ways in which I can contribute my quota to the African, storytelling is to introduce my crafts. And the main crafts is a reenactment, actually. Yes, I am an actor. I act, I make films, I create content, but my niche that, I'm known for is reenactment. And that's my quota towards the African storytelling.
All right, now, so let's look at your work in reenactment. It has earned your title King of Reenactment. How did this passion of, retelling stories through lived experience begin? And what impact do you believe, it has on preserving Nigeria's cultural history?
Like I said, what I do, first of all, this King of Reenactment title, I didn't give it to myself. The people that love my craft and I love what I do gave me the King of Reenactment. So, yes, I think in the aspect of, telling about the past, was crucial to tell about, to talk about. I am realizing the need to make these reenactments a kind of, legacy-worthy craft, in which I feel there are stories that are not told enough. For example, there are exceptional people in Africa communities that we've not talked about. Exceptional people, and so and I feel introducing reenactments will make people remember them for the for what they stood for i.e., we can talk about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. You know, as big as Fela Anikulapo Kuti is in the entertainment, or let me say Afrobeat industry, we've not seen any movie in particular. Thank God for we appreciate Bolanle Austin Peters for talking about Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, the mother of Fela Anikulapo Kuti. But then we still need to touch the aspect of telling about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Take, for example, now, there are misconceptions. What some people believe about Fela Anikulapo Kuti is that he's known for smoking, he's known for taking marijuana around. Meanwhile, there is a lifestyle that stood against oppression. There was an individual called Fela Anikulapo Kuti that, you know, talked and, you know, voiced out, you know, to talk on behalf of the masses. So these are the important stuff that we need to address.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad I'm speaking to a filmmaker today, because I see storyteller, filmmaker, king of reenactment, and a lot of other things that you do. I am not surprised tomorrow I see you working as a producer, because in that industry, you have the capacity and the wherewithal, the creativity to engage in many things. Recently, we've seen the Nigerian movie industry. In fact, the Nigerian movie industry is one of the industry that, you know, grew out of nothing, or I wouldn't say out of nothing, grew without the influence of people in government, because of the level of creativity and the level of private sector investment in it. As one who is really playing in that space, could you please tell us some more about the finances and how today people are shooting movies that is grossing ₦1 billion? How did we get to that level?
Let me say we are not there yet, but we are getting there. I mean, in terms of storytelling, in terms of creativity. And as you can see, our films are doing well. You know, there are film producers that are now earning much. I mean, let's take, for example, producers like Funke Akindele earned close to something, 1 billion naira and more on a film, I mean, for 2 consecutive years. So you can see that we are getting there in terms of numbers. But let me say we are not totally there yet, because there are still areas we need to improve in, and that's where the government and the stakeholders, or let me say the policymakers, will have to come in, you know, create for us an enabling environment where we can work and, you know, have this safety, and, you know, where certain measures will be put in place. You know, there are some hindrances, or let me say some obstacles. You know, take, for example, today in Nigeria, we still have the cases of thugs, disturbing film sets. We've seen in the past where certain filmmakers and actors were attacked by street boys. So because we also contribute to the nation building and we also contribute to the national development, I think it's getting to the point where we need the safety, where we need the protection, where we need certain measures like safety measures to be put in place, and, you know, so that we can do well and, you know, explore us.
Thank you. You mentioned something quite very, very significant. And that's where you mentioned that people intrude into sets whilst you are shooting in the middle of the street, probably as your best location for your movie, and people intruding into sets. There was a time we had a conversation with the Lagos State Board for Movies and Entertainment, and how the state representative was, you know, talking extensively on how the institution provides support. One of the reasons they gave was that most movie shooters do not, producers do not follow the guidelines. There are some sort of papers they were supposed to obtain as a producer before you are allowed to go shoot in the streets. And some of these papers, if you have it available, some of these boys, when they come to your set and they threaten to disrupt your set, if you hand over such papers to them, they will allow you to go ahead and shoot, because it doesn't look like they are working alone. Probably they are working with the government. Is that the perspective you are answering? Or probably these boys and have nothing to do with government, they are just stouts and thugs?
Oh, well, in that aspect, I can say kudos to the Lagos government, and to the Nigerian government for coming up with such initiative. And let me even say that was the first time I'm, getting to know such. But what I'm saying, or let me say, when I say safety measures, that certain stuff should be put in place. I mean, I'm talking about a kind of enabling environment where we have access to security. We have access to security where we will be reckoned with as filmmakers that are contributing to the national development. Yes, we have efforts to put in place, come up with agencies, create, have this understanding within ourselves, and come up with a kind of one family, as filmmakers. I know that's our task, to maintain one family, one Bollywood, and for the sake of positivity or betterment, and but on the side of the government, we need to. I mean, they need to give us reckon with us as filmmakers that are contributing to the national development, and that we are offering much. So whenever we want to shoot films, we should have rights to to be protected. Or let me use that word, to be protected, to be safeguarded. Because I can tell you for a fact that the issue of thugs disturbing film sets is not ending any moment from now. It has happened before. It's still happening, and it still continues. And all of that. So we need agencies, we need departments, we need units that will be formed, to oversee and look into how the lives and property and equipment of filmmakers can be protected. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for that. Powerful questions. Now, for a long time, African stories were told by outsiders. Now, how important is that Africans now reclaim and reinterpret their own narratives?
Let me say, we have been saddled with the responsibility, of telling our stories, because I appreciate the fact that we are now realizing that nobody will come and tell our stories for us. It is we that will tell them. And kudos to the producers that are making films that are biopic related. Starting from Nishabi, Wakala, Ayla, Fumela Ransom Kuti, and and the rest. So we are realizing that as a fact, and I think what we need to now do at this point is telling them properly, telling our stories properly, not just a narrow storytelling. I mean, we need to create the depth. We need to create the connection, connect the dots that are necessary, for a proper storytelling to come into existence. And that's why we need to consult as many stories as possible. Not just we want to tell stories now, want to shoot films now. We're now based on oral traditions, oral accounts, or what's the essays, the misconceptions, what some people have said, what we've heard. I mean, proper investigation into the past, proper investigation into what actually happened, proper arrangements, then proper execution, of what we want to tell, and by doing so, we'll actually get to where we are going to.
All right, so let's talk about authenticity versus commercial success. Do you think that pressure from streaming platforms, dilutes the originality of African stories, or does it open room, for cultural diplomacy through film?
The talk of versatility from versus commercial success, well, all I can say is that at the end of the day, we are all doing fantastically well. We are all doing beautifully well, exceptionally well, and at the end of the day, you cannot put out something and not expect returns. You cannot put out works, you cannot put out contents and not expect it to, yes, while you're also doing it for the sake of versatility, while you're also doing it for the sake of showcasing what you have and what you represent. The end goal, the ultimate end goal at the end of the day is that you want to reach audiences, you want to be you want to be reckoned with globally, and you want to make profits, you want to make gains. So we cannot totally separate the two. As for me, they both work together. They work hand in hand. They are both interwoven. So yes, we cannot separate commercial success from versatility. Both of them work together. Both of them are necessary. Both of them are for the growth and the growth of the culture.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I need to ask question based on some of the movies that I've seen you featured in. Now, I have watched some movies, and just for the purpose of this conversation, I may have to mention a few. I've watched Jagu Jagu, and I think you featured in that movie. There's quite a rich blend. What?
Well, I did not directly feature in Jagu Jagu. I reenacted the character of Lateef Adedimeji. He played.
Okay, you reenacted. Okay, go on.
I forgot. Yes. But I featured in Lishabi. Yes, I featured in Lishabi. I had a cameo appearance in Wura on Showmax. I featured in which other ones? There are still some many that are coming out that I featured in.
Yes, some of these movies that you mentioned, they spoke deeply to the African culture, to the Yoruba culture. And before now, when you watch movies coming from these enclaves, they don't actually attract, they only attract people from the Yoruba culture. But now, whether people from Yoruba culture or not, they are, drawn in to watching this. What actually changed? Was it technology? What exactly changed?
Well, you are right, as you said. Technology has really helped, in creating awareness about the contents that we put out, And when we are talking about technology, we are literally talking about streaming platforms like Netflix, like Showmax, like Prime Video, and Amazon Prime and the rest. So yes, technology is helping us now, to help push our storytelling and our stories, our films and our contents to the outer world. And as you can see, we are going global. Yes, we are going global. We are getting there, and sometimes around last year, CNN predicted that Nollywood will soon get to where Afrobeat is, because they are seeing the efforts, they are seeing the tenacity, they are seeing the movement from this part of the world. So yes, technology is actually helping us, and we appreciate life for that. We appreciate where we've gotten to, and and I can tell you for a fact that yes, we are going to do better, along the line.
Okay. How much is required to, as a producer, to produce a movie of both domestic, that is local, and global standard, for you to compete with the ones that we have that are on the Nollywood or the Indian in India and the Hollywood standard? How much is required to get that and to shoot such kind of movie? And when that kind of money is quite heavy, how do you mobilize that kind of money for such a huge project?
Well, I cannot totally say that this is the amount that is needed for a certain production, to be properly executed. I mean, it depends on the nature of the production. It depends on the nature of the work. It depends on the location, the numbers of people that were involved, the casting, the crew, where the end results. I mean, where the film is going to. Is it prime? Is it cinema? Is it so? The producers, or let me say the executive producers, the people that are bringing up the film, will be the one to answer properly. But what I can tell you is that it takes a whole lot of money to shoot a film that will be of Hollywood or Bollywood standard, because Yorubas used to say, the soup that is delicious, it is money that finalizes it. It is money that helps the deliciousness. So yes, it takes a whole lot of money. It takes a whole lot of millions of naira to actually execute a project that will be captivating to watch, that will fascinating to watch. And sometimes producers go extra miles, to get all these funds. I mean, take for example, Femi Adebayo once said that he had to sell some of his property to be able to meet up with his production funding and budgeting. And I can tell you for a fact that Lateef Adedimeji also made mention of it, that he had to to bring in executive producers and people to partner. He had to bring around people into partnering with him for him to actualize his projects. So,
okay, thank you. I want to ask this question now. For sourcing funds, do some of these producers, because you have equally produced some movies before, do you go to the banks? Do you find it very easy to go to the banks to get money, to source for funds to produce this? And if you have done that before, or if you know of any other producer that are engaged in that, how much in terms of percentage do they add as that you have to pay back with interest from the banks? You can name your sources for which I know you've mentioned a few sources.
That question is not really an easy one to answer, because yes, there was a time the mortgage, I think there's a certain mortgage bank that was established some years back. I mean, to cater for such. I mean, for filmmakers, for producers,
Are you there?
I think the network is getting the best of us.
So it is because movie production
is capital intensive.
Specifically, it's very, very capital intensive. Now I understand very well when he said you go out to a set and boys, thugs are threatening to destroy your sets. Whether you have papers, because I was asking about the papers where the government, because we spoke with officials on the Lagos state government some time ago, and they're saying members, producers, storytellers who are shooting movies, you have their registered papers. So whether you have papers or not, these boys are going to come.
And it's not part of the budget.
It's not part of the, no, because of course they are movie makers, they know. They are going to make it part of the budget.
Provisions for it.
They are going to make it part of the budget. So when they make it part of the budget, they are going to pay those boys for protection. Movie production is quite capital expensive. Yes, Mr. Ibrahim Lateef Adebayo, you are back. Could you please continue with your line of thought?
All right. So as I was saying, the aspect of favorism and is not helping the situation. It is about who knows who for you to access such funds, and that is why I was advocating the other time when the program started that we need certain agencies to be put in place. The agencies, the department that will oversee all of these things, and there will be some criteria that will be considered instead of who knows who kind of game, ahead. So we can have some criteria, in place. Maybe your stories will be checkmated. The potential in the story will be checkmated. The how such story will redefine Africa's image or Nollywood's image. How such story will project us as great people and all of that. I mean, we just if we can have agencies that we put in place, and such agencies will also be holistic in their approach, check the necessary criteria, and then give an access to funding without putting in favorism. We are good. I mean, we are good. We are good that way. So if there is full access to funding, you won't hear cases of filmmakers selling their houses to complete projects, selling their vehicles. I mean, we should not be in that situation now. I mean, where we are, Nollywood is now the third. In world ranking, we are now the third production industry, in the world. I mean, behind Bollywood. So what that tells you is that we should solve some puzzles now. We should be able to, provide solutions to some things, and which good access to funding that is not biased is actually one of those puzzles.
All right. So, Adebayo, intellectual theft remains a major challenge for African creatives. So what policies or reforms, or enforcement structures do you think, can protect artists and filmmakers? Of course, like yourself.
Well, that particular one is not a small issue. I mean, as we can see in Nollywood, is actually one of the biggest problems we are facing, that we've even faced in the time past. People just think they can do whatever they want with contents that without reckoning with the owner of such contents. People take random film contents, for just maybe to boost their own platform, maybe to increase their own numbers and the rest. You will see cases of films that are meant to be streamed on the original platform where they are posted, being streamed as well. And I think that's one of the issues we've seen. We need the Nollywood community. I mean, that's our own assignment now. We need our community we need our Nollywood community to realize. I mean, we need both governments and the Nollywood community to work together, so that people will realize that intellectual theft is not a small crime. I mean, in advanced countries, you cannot just do that. It's considered plagiarism. So we need to start seeing plagiarism as a crime. I mean, as something serious, and that should be dealt with as such. If there is any case of anybody using your content for whatever reason, without giving you the right credits, let them face the judgment. Let them face the book. Let them face the law. Let there be a legal process to it. So when we do such, and when we put such in place, and scapegoats there are people are used as scapegoats, then they will come to their senses that okay, I think I have to. I mean, look at I've seen cases of filmmakers that posted, that put their work on Netflix platform, addressing issues of some audiences watching the films in unauthorized on unauthorized sources. I mean, that's not looking good for the business. It is not looking good for the business. So we need to start treating plagiarism as something serious, as something criminal in nature. And by doing so, by using some people as scapegoats, such we be what we will not see again.
All right, thank you very much, Adebayo Lateef. Bankers Committee came together to renovate the National Theatre, which is now renamed to the Wole Soyinka Cultural Center. This is a monument. This is a national asset. This is my childhood, where I used to go and watch, blockbusters. How do you see the new Wole Soyinka Cultural Center, coming into the play, especially for, what I call them, not low budget, but independent filmmakers, creators? How do you see that as a way of bridging the gap, for financial burden and all that? How do we, come together to make sure that the National Theatre, or the Wole Soyinka Cultural Center, is a monument that would project our culture to the world? I think the network. I wanted him to really answer that question.
For the theatre to still be relevant in the scheme of things. And of course, now that it has received the face of renovation coming from huge bankers and the banks, I think it should. But one question, if time permits us, that I would like to ask: when are we going to see movies where we have producers in Nigeria collaborate with producers from Bollywood, producers in Nigeria collaborate with producers from Hollywood, producers from Nigeria collaborating with other producers like the American, the UK, name them, Indian producers coming to collaborate with Nigerian producers. They are using the location specific here in Nigeria.
Okay. Lateef Adebayo, welcome back. Did you get the last question?
Yes, you are talking about the renovation of the National Theatre in Toledo. Yes, so I was saying that it's actually one of those worthy things that we should be celebrating, and I think that's one of the steps. Yes, we are realizing it, and we are getting it right. But that's actually not enough, Yes, that's actually not enough. We need more national theaters. We need more cinemas. I mean, conducive cinemas, national theaters where they are needed. I mean, in strategic places across the country. Take, for example, now, we only have one cinema in Ondo State. I mean, if not for His Imperial Majesty Oba Oni of Ife that, came up with the idea of Ojaja Park.
Yeah.
Before now, there was like a cinema in those states. You can imagine that. And there are still some states like that in Nigeria where we don't have cinemas. And so now you can see that is very dangerous for filmmaking business. I mean, imagine shooting a film with millions of naira and you are taking it to the cinema and you've done your part as a producer, as a storyteller, but because of a few cinemas, I mean, you cannot totally make what what you are expected to make in return. So we need more cinemas, we need more, and these aspects is where private individuals will have to step in. At this point, they should be seeing this already that the filmmaking business in Nigeria, in Africa, is not a child's play again. So let them build cinemas. Let them come up with national theaters. Let them bring all of this into existence so that we can do business. And I can tell you for a fact that yes, they will see their returns, and we as filmmakers and story writers will see our returns too. So it works hand in hand. It's a win-win something. If they can, take it up, yes.
All right, thank you very much, Ibrahim Lateef, for your impactful insight, and also thank you for joining Just Africa.
Thank you very much. God bless you. So TV, it's my pleasure to be here once again. And in fact, if there is any other time that I actually wish to come down to your studio, for the work and everything that is. But yes, I look forward to actually coming around some other time. I mean, physically into your studio, for more insightful discussions. Thanks so much for finding me worthy. May God bless you.
Thank you very much. We're of course looking forward to see you here physically, and let's have more discussion and see how we can move the film industry, the creative industry forward.
Thank you very much. Stay blessed.
You're welcome. Yes, we have been discussing reenacting Africa's stories through new generation lenses with Ibrahim Lateef Adebayo, an Nollywood actor, filmmaker, and king of reenactment. And this has been an impactful conversation. This is where we'll also draw the curtains on just Africa today. Pray.
Yes, it's been a fantastic moment. I look forward to meeting him the next time we are going to be having this conversation live in the studio.
And I am Olumide Shokoya. See you next time as we continue to ask the big questions shaping Africa's future.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor. And they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. You have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So If we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word has been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that's going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No, because and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world, because our coaches are not even our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that, I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke, and he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there, I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day. And NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu. We'll go to Benin. We'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure. You pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts. My dad will pick up palm wine. All these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance these fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people, because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation, that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, JAPA in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the seventh day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with pidgin English. And you know, pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak pidgin in Hawaii. They speak pidgin in China. They speak pidgin, Old English Cockney is pidgin. American even is a form of pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She's an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like two.
Good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. I'm Oyin Kurumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. The federal government collaborates with EU and United Nations Development Program to design programs that bridges the gap between academic qualifications and workplace demands among young Nigerians. Still on the federal government, it disburses a 32.9 billion naira to basic health care provision fund to primary health care facilities in 774 local governments across the country. Ghana announces plans to impose a 200 per ton premium on sustainability grown and traceable cocoa, said to align with European Union's deforestation regulation. And Russia warns that recent U.S. sanctions targeting its oil industry could undermine ongoing diplomatic efforts to resolve the Ukraine conflict. And in the world of sports, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen, Salah, Hakimi have been shortlisted for the 2025 CAF Men's Player of the Year award with other the Year award, yes. Welcome, many thanks for joining us on the World News. Now, the federal government has launched a 220 million collaborative initiative with the European Union and the United Nations Development Program to create job opportunities for young Nigerians. The announcement was made by Vice President Kashim Shettima during the official launching of the second phase of the Nigerian Jubilee Fellows Program 2.0 at the Presidential Villa in Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. According to Shettima, the investment aims to address the country's high youth unemployment rate by providing meaningful work experience, mentorship, and skills development across key sectors of the economy. The program, which targets recent graduates, is designed to close the gap between academic qualifications and workplace demands by connecting young Nigerians to paid placements in public and private institutions. The Jubilee Program 2.0 builds on the success of the first phase and is expected to increase participation, improve employment outcomes, and promote innovation. The EU and the UNDP representatives at the event reaffirmed their commitment to supporting Nigeria's human capital development and economic growth, though inclusive partnership also exists. Now, the federal government has appealed to the United Nations to help Nigeria secure long-term funding to address its worsening humanitarian crisis, particularly the plight of internally displaced persons. Speaking at a high-level roundtable on humanitarian development and peace building in Abuja, the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Bagudu, said Nigeria's humanitarian response is under threat due to dwindling international support. He warned that critical programs could stall without urgent financial interventions. Bagudu proposed that if Nigeria could access $10 billion in funding at a 4% interest rate, the country could not only tackle immediate humanitarian concerns, but also invest in long-term solutions to create wealth and stability for IDPs. The call comes amid rising insecurity, climate-related displacements, and economic hardship that continue to fuel displacement across multiple states. The minister urged the UN to play a key role in mobilizing global support to strengthen Nigeria's capacity for durable recovery and development. Now, the federal government has disbursed 32.9 billion naira under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund to primary healthcare facilities in all 774 local government areas across Nigeria. This marks the third release of 2025 and is aimed at boosting access to essential health services, particularly in underserved rural communities. The funding is expected to support operational costs, expand service delivery, and improve maternal, newborn, and child health outcomes. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, announced the release in a statement titled The Red Letter on October 22nd, confirming that the funds have already begun hitting the bank accounts of the designated primary healthcare centers. He emphasized that this disbursement reflects the government's renewed commitment to grassroots health delivery and the ongoing push for universal health coverage through direct facility financing. Now, the federal government has kicked off the procurement process for the modernization of seaports outside Lagos in a strategic move to boost balanced development across Nigeria's maritime corridors. Minister of Marine and Blue Economy Adegboyega Oyetola disclosed this on Wednesday in Lagos at the 2025 Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, the Nigerian conference. The theme, Enhancing Logistics and Transport for a Sustainable Blue Economy in Nigeria, represented by the Managing Director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoho. The minister said the initiative is part of efforts to reposition the nation's ports for global competitiveness. According to Oyetola, modernizing ports outside Lagos will help decongest Apapa and Tinkan Island ports, improve regional trade, and unlock the economic potential of underutilized maritime zones. The upgrade will focus on infrastructure, renewable technology, integration, and improved cargo handling capacity. The government is also working to enhance connectivity between ports and hinterland markets, positioning blue economy as a catalyst for inclusive growth and sustainable development nationwide. Now, Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has announced that the country will no longer accept deportees from the United States, signaling a diplomatic shift in migration relations between the two nations. The minister's statement comes amid growing concerns over the treatment of Nigerian nationals abroad and the rising number of forced repatriations. Though details remain scarce, the move suggests Nigeria is pushing back against what it sees as unfair or unilateral deportation practices without adequate bilateral consultations or reintegration support. Tuga's declaration could spark diplomatic engagement between Abuja and Washington, especially as migration remains a contentious global issue. It also raises questions about how Nigeria will handle its citizens caught in migration violations abroad and whether similar stances will be adopted toward other countries. Analysts said the move may be symbolic but underscores Nigeria's desire for more respectful and negotiated migration agreements. Now, the federal government has expressed concern over the failure of upstream oil producers to meet their crude supply obligations to local refineries, warning that the shortfall is threatening the country's push for energy security and industrial growth. This concern comes amid growing pressure to reduce fuel imports and maximize the benefits of recent investment in domestic refining capacity. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and Oil, Heineken Lokbobri, raised the alarm during a meeting with stakeholders in Abuja, where he also criticized the resurgence of gas flaring across oil-producing regions. He noted that despite government directives, several producers continue to prioritize exports, leaving social and local refineries undersupplied and unable to operate at optimal capacity. Lokbobri described the trend as unsustainable, stressing that it undermines economic recovery efforts by the government and weakens the naira and hampers job creation. He urged a stronger enforcement of supply agreements and accelerate investment in gas processing infrastructure, warning that violators of crude supply and anti-flaring policies could face sanctions in the coming months if the situation remains unchanged. Now, Tertiary Education Trust Fund is set to introduce an electric campus transportation scheme across 12 Nigerian tertiary institutions starting from November 2025. The initiative aims to modernize student and staff mobility while promoting sustainability and reducing carbon emissions on campuses. This move aligns with Nigeria's broader environmental goals and reflects the TETFUND's commitment to integrating innovative technologies in the education sector. The electric vehicles will provide safe, efficient, and eco-friendly transportation options within university premises. Officials said the project will improve access to academic facilities, reduce traffic congestions on campuses, and lower transportation costs for students. TETFUND plans to expand the scheme to more institutions in the coming years, reinforcing its role in fostering greener, smarter educational environmental plans nationwide. Now, still to come on the news, Malawian government bans raw material exports to boost local processing. Do stay with us.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakonde established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakonde was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakonde was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakonde, Suk Enlightenment.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi reporting for Souk News.
Welcome back, many thanks for joining us in the World News. Now, Ghana has announced plans to impose a 200 per ton premium on buyers of sustainable grown and traceable cocoa. This move aims to align with the European Union's upcoming deforestation regulations targeting environmental sustainability in global supply chains. Premium is intended to encourage responsible farming practices and ensure Ghana's cocoa export meets strict European Union standards on traceability and environmental protection. Officials believe this will help safeguard the country's cocoa industry while promoting forest conservation, while the price hike may increase costs for international buyers. Ghana hopes the initiative will boost demand for certified cocoa and enhance the value of its produce in the global market. The policy also underscores Ghana's commitment to sustainable agriculture amid growing climate concerns. Now, Malawi has officially banned export of raw minerals as part of a strategy to encourage domestic value addition and industrial growth. The government aims to shift the focus from exporting unprocessed resources to developing local processing industries that can add more value and create jobs. By restricting raw material export, Malawi expects to increase earnings from processed minerals, with a target of generating up to 500 million annually. This move is designed to strengthen the country's economy, reduce dependency on raw exports, and stimulate investment in mining infrastructure and technology. Officials believe this enhancing local processing capacity will help Malawi capture more revenue from its natural resources while fostering sustainable economic development. The ban is seen as a critical step in transforming the mining sector in a more diversified and lucrative contributor to national growth. Now, Uganda is projecting a significant 14.8% increase in coffee production for the 2025-2026 crop year, which runs from October to September. This growth is largely attributed to improved yields from newly planted coffee aggregates across the country. As the continent-leading coffee exporter, Uganda predominantly cultivates Robusta variety, which accounts for the majority of its output. A senior official from Uganda's Ministry of Agriculture revealed that the forecast during a recent briefing highlight ongoing effort to expand coffee farming and implement better agricultural practices. These initiatives aimed to boost productivity
and enhance the quality of coffee beans, strengthening Uganda's position in the competitive global coffee market. The increase in production comes at a time of rising global demand for coffee, driven by expanding consumer markets. The surge offers an opportunity for Uganda to increase foreign exchange earnings and improve the livelihoods of millions of smallholder farmers who depend on coffee cultivation as a primary source of income. The government remains committed to supporting the sector's growth and sustainability in the coming years, according to reports. Now, South Africa's aviation sector is grappling with a shortage of skilled air traffic controllers, a challenge that has begun to affect operational efficiency across major airports in the country. State-owned air traffic and navigation services said the shortage is creating strain on service delivery and safety management as experienced personnel continue to leave for better opportunities abroad. The chairman of ATN's Zola Majavu explained that locally trained controllers are highly sought after internationally, leading to an outflow of skilled professionals that exceeds the pace of a new training. He noted that agency is now investing on workforce development and expanding its training pipeline to rebuilding technical capacity in the airspace management system. The government is reportedly reviving strategies to strengthen aviation and human capital through regional partnerships, improved retention schemes, and international cooperation. The move is part of South Africa's broader effort to modernize its aviation infrastructure, ensure flight safety, and sustained economic growth driven by increased air transport connectivity across the continent. Now, Indonesia's central bank has introduced a new policy framework aimed at stimulating credit expansion and supporting domestic growth. The move signals a shift in strategy as traditional monetary tools such as interest rates adjustment have shown limited effectiveness in driving lending and investments across key sectors. Bank Indonesia maintained its benchmark interest rate after 3 consecutive cuts, opting instead to implement targeted reforms designed to encourage commercial banks to provide more affordable loans to businesses and households. Under the new approach, banks that meet specific lending thresholds will receive incentives and regulatory support to lower borrowing costs and expand access to credit. The policy marks a proactive step by the central bank to strengthen the financial sector's role in economic recovery, enhance liquidity circulation, and sustain growth momentum amid global financial uncertainties by promoting inclusive lending. The initiative is expected to surpass and spur private investment, drive job creation, and reinforce Indonesia's long-term development objectives, according to reports. Now, Taiwan's leading semiconductor firm have expressed a growing concern about the government's ability to meet its renewable energy targets, warning that delays in green power development could affect long-term energy security and industrial competitiveness. Industry executives led by the Taiwan Semiconductor Industry Association said uncertainty around the rollout of clean energy projects has created operational risks for manufacturers that depend heavily on stable electricity supplies. They urged the government to provide a clearer and updated roadmap outlining the timeline and capacity of upcoming renewable energy projects. The semiconductor sector, which underpins Taiwan's export economy, is one of the country's largest energy consumers and a key player in the global technology supply chain. A reliable transition to green energy is seen as crucial not only for meeting sustainability commitments but also for maintaining investor confidence and ensuring uninterrupted production in the fast-growing industry. Now, industry ecosystem China strengthens drive for technological self-reliance and growth. The country has unveiled a renewed 5-year development strategy centered on achieving greater technological self-reliance and boosting domestic innovation as part of efforts to strengthen its economy against global pressures. According to the communique released after a 4-day meeting of the Communist Party's Central Committee, the government plans to greatly increase its capacity in science and technology, focusing on advanced research, semiconductor production, artificial intelligence, and renewable energy technology. The new strategy aims to reduce dependence on foreign supply chains and build a more resilient industrial ecosystem. The initiative also emphasized the expansion of China's domestic market as a sustainable driver of economic growth by investing in innovation, talent development, and infrastructure. Beijing seeks to position itself as a global leader in technology while ensuring long-term economic stability and independence from external constraints. Now, still to come in the news, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has announced that his government remains first budget will focus on reducing the country's economy and security dependence on the United States. That will be the story after this break. Do stay with us.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin-in-the-Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's-in-the-Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for a neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that the people much time. So very good to have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience.
In the world news. Now, moving on. Russia has warned that recent U.S. sanctions targeting its oil industry could undermine ongoing diplomatic efforts to resolve the Ukraine conflict. Moscow claimed it has developed a strong immunity to the restrictions, suggesting limited economic impact from Washington's latest move. The sanctions announced by President Donald Trump focused on Russia's largest oil companies. Trump expressed frustration over stalled peace talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying the negotiations were not going anywhere, which prompted him to act decisively. While Trump delayed new restrictions for months, he moved swiftly after a planned summit with Putin in Budapest collapsed. The U.S. aims to pressure Russia economically, but Moscow insists that the sanctions will not deter its strategic objectives or its stance in the Ukraine war. Now, Germany is confronting a projected budget shortfall exceeding 140 billion euros by the year 2029, even as new estimates show a rise in tax revenues. Finance Minister Lars Klingberg announced that the government expects to earn 33 billion euros more in taxes than earlier forecast, bringing a total projected revenue to 5,170 billion euros over the next 5 years. Despite the increase, Berlin's fiscal plan still faces major gaps, forcing ministries to implement spending cuts to meet the targets outlined under the Chancellor Friedrich Merz 500 billion euro stimulus plan aimed at reviving growth. The government projects that the stronger tax inflows will reduce the 2027 deficit by about 8 billion euros, yet shortfalls of 60 billion euros each are expected in 2028 and 2029. Klingberg said that all ministries must continue to consolidate spending as part of a strict fiscal adjustment strategy. The coalition government plans to unveil a comprehensive package by the end of the year to address funding gaps and ensure fiscal sustainability. Germany's brighter revenue outlook reflects a gradual economic rebound following 2 years of contraction after shrinking in 2024. The economy is expected to expand by 1.3% in 2026 and 1.4% in 2027, supported by public investments. However, the continued challenge of balancing growth-driven spending by fiscal discipline underscores the country's struggle to sustain recovery while keeping debt under control. Now, global stocks rallied on Thursday following a wave of positive corporate earnings that helped ease investor concerns over flowing growth, while oil prices climbed sharply after new sanctions were imposed on Russia by the United States and the European Union. Oil rose by the 3% to $64.68 per barrel after Washington sanctioned major Russian energy firms Rosneft and Lukoil. In response to the ongoing Ukraine conflict, the European Union simultaneously approved its 19th package of measures, including a ban on Russian liquefied natural gas imports. European equities rebounded, with the Stoxx 600 index rising by 0.3%, while futures on the S&P 500 and Nasdaq also edged higher. However, Asian markets, particularly in China, traded lower amid reports that the White House may restrict software exports to retaliate against Beijing's rare earth trade limits. Despite these tensions, investors remain confident that the United States Federal Reserve will begin cutting interest rates, with expectations of rates falling from 4% to 3% by mid-next year. Meanwhile, major companies such as Tesla reported weaker than expected profits despite record third-quarter revenue, while firms in the quantum computing sector surged by more than 20% after reports of possible U.S. government funding. Analysts said that although geopolitical risks remain, optimism over monetary easing and strong earnings continues to stabilize global market sentiment. Now, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has announced that his government's first budget will focus on reducing the country's economic and security dependence on the United States, while also slashing wasteful public spending. Speaking on Wednesday, Carney said the budget will balance fiscal discipline with major investments to future-proof Canadian's economy. Elected in April, Carney has been vocal about the risk posed by rising United States protectionism, which he claimed has placed Canada in a precarious economic position. His proposed strategy includes diversifying trade partnerships, strengthening domestic supply chains, and boosting national defense capabilities outside of the United States reliance, while austerity will feature in the budget through targeted cuts. Carney emphasized that his government won't shy away from big-ticket investments in infrastructure, innovation, and green energy. The upcoming budget, he said, marks a turning point in Canadian policy-making, one that prioritizes resilience, sovereignty, and long-term economic security in the face of shifting global alliance. Now, in the world of sports, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has been shortlisted for the 2025 CAF Men's Player of the Year award, setting up a higher stakes showdown with Egypt's Mohamed Salah and Morocco's Achraf Hakimi. The Confederation of African Football announced the final 10-man shortlist on Wednesday, with Osimhen returning the mix after missing out in 2024. Osimhen's nomination comes on the heels of an outstanding season with Galatasaray, where he bagged 26 goals in the Turkish Super League to win the Golden Boot. He added 11 more goals in other competition, finishing the season with 37 goals and 8 assists as Galatasaray clinched a domestic double. And the title, the Turkish League and 2 other Nigerians also received nominations: goalkeeper Stanley Nwabali and young defender Daniel Bami, recognized in their respective categories. The final winners will be revealed at the CAF Awards ceremony scheduled for later this year, with Victor Osimhen looking to become the first Nigerian to win the top prize since Nwankwo Kanu in 1999. Now, still in sports, Liverpool snapped a worrying 4-game losing streak in emphatic fashion on Wednesday, dismantling 8-strike Frankfurt 5-1 in the UEFA Champions League, facing pressure from fans and pundits alike. The Reds delivered a statement performance in Germany, avoiding what would have been their worst losing run since the 1953-1954 relegation season. Former Frankfurt forward Hugo Ekitike opened the scoring for Liverpool after initially being pegged back by his old club. The goal kick started a dominant showing, with the Virgil van Dijk and Ibrahim Konate heading home before half-time to the game in the visitors' favor. Now, Cody Gakpo and Dominic Zoboszlai added 2 more in the second half, booth set up by Florian Woods, who impressed on his return to German soil. The result eases pressure on Jurgen Klopp's side and keeps their knockout hopes alive as they look to regain confidence in both domestic and European competition. Now that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Federal government collaborates with the European Union and the United Nations Development Programme to design programs to bridge the gap between academic qualifications and workplace demands among young Nigerians. Still, the federal government disburses 32.9 billion naira to basic healthcare provision funds to primary healthcare facilities across 774 local governments in the country. And Ghana announces plans to impose a 200 per ton premium on sustainably grown and traceable cocoa, said to align with the European Union's deforestation regulation. And Russia warns that recent U.S. sanctions targeting its oil industry could undermine ongoing diplomatic efforts to resolve the Ukraine conflict. And Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen, Salah and Kibi have been shortlisted for the 2025 CAF Men's Players Award. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Good afternoon to you.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jelma head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jelma, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souk Perspective.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. This is why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandates, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution all of us are supposed to put heart on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measures institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the result, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our anti-corruption and transparency unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we'll monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians, so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing, so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we will keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets, that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our, try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leader of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. is in the land of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it, and also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that's going down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer will secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is an international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. He need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed in the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who's facing trial. A child will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I will say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the anti-corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all projects. That's why you, as media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your central district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. we are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of process of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should call your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. Thank you. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will follow your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket. which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number two, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that it's you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is certain thing that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also, we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituent were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public post. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006,